Okay, I gotta be honest, I was never a big fan of Street Fighter growing up. I was always a Mortal Kombat kid, but my friends were either fans of the King of Fighters or Street Fighter. Somewhere in the 2000s, I moved to another city in Brazil with my dad, who had a decent PC that could run games. He had a bunch of games like Inferno, Wanted, Need for Speed Underground, and this weird game called Street Chaves. You see, a weird thing about Brazil is that we get a lot of stuff that other countries don't want anymore, and then it becomes part of our culture. Things like Everybody Hates Chris, My Wife and Kids, Woody Woodpecker are shows that Brazilians relate a lot to. And in this case, there's this Mexican sitcom called El Chavo del Ocho, which has been running on repeat on Brazilian TV since 1984. Everyone in Brazil knows Chaves, people love it, the characters, the story, and then someone made a Street Fighter knockoff about it. Now, this is something that nobody ever expected to see, even more if you didn't even know what the hell I was talking about before. As you can probably tell, Street Chaves is a knockoff game based on Street Fighters and the King of Fighters. But different to other knockoff games, this one doesn't take itself seriously. It has Comic Sans all over the place, the best resolution you get is 400 by 300. Yeah, I was playing it like this. And of course, you have the characters that are usually loving to each other, fighting over something. You have a range of 15 characters to choose from. Each character has a different story based on something about the show. Chaves himself, for example, fights everyone for some reason, but in the end he has a showdown against Don Ramon, or Seu Madruga as we call him, over dinner he was promised. After you win, Seu Madruga is forced to give Chaves the scrambled eggs he was promised, and tells him to go to the nearest store. Chaves asks him for the money, and Seu Madruga tells him to put it on the cuff. So Chaves replies back saying the guy from the store doesn't believe in storks anymore. I hope you got that joke, cause it would be kinda hard to explain and make it very unfunny, but anyway, it's a joke from the show. Well, if you've been following the video and you're a King of Fighters fan, you probably noticed that Chaves played just like Terry Bogard. Well, every character in this game is a ripoff from another character from another game. So Dona Florinda is Chun-Li, Godinez is Cody Travers, and Nyonyo is E Honda from Street Fighter. The game has 6 songs, either from the show or based on it. The quality is what you would expect from 2003, and what you're hearing right now. There is this one specific song from a carnival which I'm not gonna play for the sake of your ears, but it sounds more like an ear rape than a song. I did a little bit of research on the creator of the game, Cyber Gamba, and found an old interview from 2016. Cyber Gamba says he never expected the game to get any attention. He made it for fun with his friends, who insisted that he should make a page on the internet and post every game he was gonna make. I couldn't find any information about where the creator is right now or what he's up to, but I did find other games that he made after that one, and surprise surprise, they're all Chaves related games. Super Mario World, which looks like a mixture of Super Mario World and Shinobi. Madruga Craft, which looks like a mixture of Chaves and Warcraft. And Chaves Arena, which actually looks pretty good, are all based on the show. If you want to check out the game, I'll leave a link in the description for Street Chaves and all his other games. They're all pretty small, so if it sounds interesting, you can get it pretty quickly and have some fun. I'm not gonna get into mechanics since I have no place to talk about it in fighting games, but it would be cool to see someone who has a deeper understanding of it talk about this game. In 1992, Nintendo created Super Mario Kart, the racing game everybody knows. The game was a huge hit, selling 8 million copies. It became the 4th best-selling game on the Super Nintendo. And as we've learned, every game that is a success gets its rip-offs. Crash Team Racing, Nikkei Speedway USA, and hell, even Nintendo ripped off themselves with Diddy Kong Racing. And in the year 2000, Nickelodeon released their own take on the Mario Kart franchise. The game must have been a massive success, because in 2001 they released another version of it, and this time for the Sony PlayStation. So Nicktoons Racing is a kart racer developed by Software Creations. They became acclaimed Manchester and then ceased operations in 2004. They're also known for Spider-Man and Venom, Carmageddon 64 and Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase. The game features characters from old Nickelodeon shows racing over a big prize, the Krusty Krab Big Bun Award. The game begins with a mysterious character writing a letter and inviting everyone to compete. And after everyone's ready to race, a mystery rider shows up in his black sleek car. People start racing and you're brought to the main menu, where you start to experience one of the best sound designs I've ever heard in my life. You have a total of 13 characters to choose from. Tommy, Angelica, Arnold, Helga, Elisa, Darwin, Dagger and Norbert, Cat Dog, SpongeBob, Patrick, Ikis, Stimpy, and the Mystery Driver, which is locked at first. All the characters in this game play the same, with the only difference being the voice acting and the looks.
Come back here, you swine!
For the game modes, you have Cups, which is your basic story mode where you go through each track, gathering points to make it to the next cup. Time Trial, where you race against time and try getting better times each run. Race for Fun, which is basically a single race mode. You pick a track and play against the AI. And Relay, where you can pick 3 characters and each lap it changes to another character of your choice.
3, 2, 1, go!
The gameplay is pretty basic, as you would imagine. You have your gas button, the brake button, the power up button, the jump button, and the nitrous button. The nitrous in this game works different than other games from the time. You can pick these weird round things, which fills your boost meter, and then you can press R1 to use it at will, but it does deplete with the time if you don't use it. My Mario Kart instincts were looking for a way to boost from a drift, but I couldn't find a way to do it. I watched gameplays on YouTube, tried looking on Google, but apparently nobody even talks about this game. Which isn't a surprise considering it got an amazing 1 out of 10 rating from the PlayStation magazine. Yeah, great. However, I could be wrong since I also didn't know there's a way to boost on the starting line. I ended up finding out when I was at the ending of the game. And all you gotta do is just hold gas until the countdown runs out. Look, call me dumb, but I just thought that I'd spin out like in other games if I did that. For the power-ups, you have a bubble which you can throw at enemies and hang it in the air. Something I believe is food for Stimpy, which works as a banana peel in Mario Kart. Another bubble, which works like a shield. It makes you invulnerable to hazards and spins enemies out if they hit you. A green slimy goo thingy, which also works like a banana peel, but gets you stuck in place for a few seconds. A trash can, which you can leave behind and it makes your enemy's screen go dark if they hit it. A jellyfish, which hits your enemy and stuns him for a second. A flash, which just blinds the other racers for a second. Coconut, which splits itself in 3 projectiles. Baby powder, which you leave behind and slows enemies down. This, which just falls onto everyone's heads and spins them out. Boxes that are also 3 projectiles but explode and have a bigger damage range. A snake looking cane that I don't get where it's from, that makes a tornado around you and stuns enemy if they get close. And a portal, which is arguably the most overpowered thing I've ever seen in my life. It teleports you to the first place no matter where you are on the map, unless you're me and go back to 5th place instantly after using it. The graphics are nothing to write home about. The texture warping on the PS1 version is very noticeable. Some textures just vanish out of nowhere, and SpongeBob cries with his eyes and mouth opens when he loses. I did notice that the PC version runs way better, but it doesn't have the same attention to detail. So I chose to do a review on the PS1 version because that's the version I played as a kid. And definitely not because I had to get a virtual machine, install Windows XP and drivers and patches and pray to God for the game to run. The menu looks basic but fine too. You have a view distance of 1 feet with the characters appearing out of the sky, and it really seems like Nickelodeon really wanted you to notice that this is a Nickelodeon game. The logo is plastered everywhere. The main menu, the options, the controller configuration, the mode selection, the cup selection. I am actually impressed that there's no Nickelodeon billboards in the tracks. Either that or I missed them completely. I feel like some of the levels have a really cool design like Raptor Raceway and Rancid Raceway, and others have the worst level design I've ever seen in my life. like Pickles Parkway. I mean, look at this, I don't know where I go from here. The arrow's telling me to go forward, but there's only a wall there, and this is what happens if you follow it. So yeah, the tracks can range from very cool design to holy crap, I hate this. The game has a different song for each track. Most of them are actually pretty good, and they fit each track pretty well. This is the Bikini Bottom, for example. And this is the Safari Raceway. And where the songs hit well, the sound effects totally screw up. I hope you like dancing to your jingle just to be interrupted by this. The sound balance is completely off. I don't know what happened here, but the game blasts you with sound effects, while the voices are extremely low or distorted. Like, I have no idea what Patrick says here. And this is what happens if you hit Elga. Yeah, have fun sleeping after that one. It really seems like they actually ran out of time, so they just shipped the game the way it was and then noticed it was a problem. But again, I don't know how you cannot see these. Okay, I'm gonna stop just for the sake of your ears. Like I was saying before, you're racing against the Mr. Driver for the Krusty Krab Big Bun Award, which was apparently not approved by Mr. Krabs. But here's the thing, I grew up with SpongeBob as my favorite cartoon, but I never watched SpongeBob like you do. I watched dubbed SpongeBob, making this...
Is this the Krusty Krab?
No, this is Patrick.
Turn into this.
Não, aqui é o Patrick.
So if you're from the US, you probably already know who the Mr. Driver is. Well, I didn't, and this was a huge revelation to me when I was a kid. So you win the last cup and the Mr. Driver shows up as the narrator is stunned by him being plankton, trying to steal the Krabby Patty formula again. You then get the award and a supply of Krabby Patties as you drive away to the 2D sun in the background. So yeah, the game is pretty short, you can finish in like 2 hours or so. There are actually speedruns of the game that are 20 minutes long. I was impressed people even ran this game, but yeah, shout out to these 2 people. Oh yeah, I then found out that I was playing on easy, and that the game wanted me to play on a higher difficulty to unlock bonuses. So I did what any sane person would and went to YouTube to see what the bonuses are. The medium difficulty bonus is unlocking the hard difficulty, and the hard difficulty bonus is unlocking a bonus mode where you go around the map collecting presents with a timer running up. After you collect all the presents, the game shows you the timer and that's it. You are free to play again and get a better time. Besides the PlayStation Magazine, the game got mixed reviews. It's a fun game, but I wouldn't go out of my way to play it unless you have a weird nostalgia about it. You're probably better playing something like Crash Team Racing or Diddy Kong Racing. It is nothing special, but it's a game. So shovelware is a category to define old games that have been developed with a low budget, without care, with terrible programming, and /possibly full of glitches or bugs. Games like Wii Ski, Gallop and Ride, Hamster Heroes, and one you might know, Life of Black Tiger. Yeah, thanks for the quality control, guys. Now I can use my money to buy Red Ball Escape Adventure and Hunt Ducks 2. But if you've been around long enough, you've definitely played some of those. Resident Evil Survivor, Wreck-It Ralph, Shrek, Car in the House. Why are so many of these games on Nintendo consoles? When I was a kid, I had a lot of games that I could get for cheaper. My family didn't have too much money, so I had to stick with crappy games for a good portion of my childhood, unless someone would just lend me actual games. But after some time, I could actually get some good games for a cheaper price. Don't ask me how, I'll let you use your imagination for that one. I was 13 when I was finally introduced to South Park. I went to a friend's house to play his PS2, and we always stopped to watch every time it was on TV. One day I got there and he was extremely hyped to show me this new game he got. It was South Park Raleigh for the PS1 to play on his PS2. Kids are dumb. And apparently so are adults, cause this is the game we're talking about today. So, South Park Raleigh was released on January of the year 2000. Way to start a millennium, guys. And it's a kart racer published by Acclaim. But now, do you have any idea how many games Acclaim published in the year 2000? 29. 29 games in 1 year. That's 2.41 games a month. 0.34 games a week. I had to go to a website where there was a girl on the bottom like this. Hey little lady, what are you doing in my route? Oh, and then after downloading it, the game didn't run. So I had to go to another shady website and get the PS1 version. But again, I don't think Acclaim is gonna be mad at that. They can't be mad after making this. But at least the remix of the main theme is cool. But then we get to the most feared part of shovelware, the sound effects. I don't know why I didn't expect this. Funny. I mean, farts, right? That should be something that the player will hear every time he does anything in this game. At first you have 8 characters to choose from, and here's a list of the unlockables, and you'll see the characters on the screen right now. You're seeing it right now. There's a lot of characters, I gotta give them that, but they all play the same as expected. I didn't test every single one of them, but at least I can tell the voice lines for the ones I've tried change. Even though they sound like this. So you got 3 game modes. Championship, which is your story mode, where you can unlock the rest of the characters. Arcade, which is your arcade mode. You just pick a track and do a single race. And 2 players, which is kinda self-explanatory. So I went for championship and got greeted by the mayor explaining how the race works.
Citizens of South Park, welcome to Raleigh. In case you're new to Rally Days, I'll also be explaining the rules for each race, so pay attention.
But I will take a step back and ask, what is going on here? The style of racing is something that always struck to me as ahead of its time. You have like an open map and you can go around anywhere you want. But you gotta follow the checkpoints in order to finish the race, which ended up being the standard for racing game these days. For some reason it reminds me a lot of Midnight Club 3, which is another childhood favorite. And my fellow YouTuber under 10 hours actually made videos on the Midnight Club series that are actually really great. I'll leave a link to it and I really recommend that you check it out. Not doing a review of those, only crap games here for now. Back to the game. Now really, I don't usually complain about this, but god, are these controls delayed. The cars are extremely floaty. And to be honest, this works just fine in games like Toy Story Racer. But here, mixed with the delayed controls, it's very bad. It really feels like you're fighting the controls more than the other races in the game. And when you slow it down, it only seems to make it worse. So many races lost because of this. It's bad. It's really bad. As I said before, this is a kart racer, so of course you got your power-ups. And I'm not gonna go through each one of them, because like last time it's gonna be boring for me and probably for you too. But you got 5 colors of boxes to pick up, and each box can give you 1 of 4 different power-ups, going for a total of 21 power-ups, counting the extra ones. Well, 22 if you're playing on PC, because if you're part of the master race, you'll get the exclusive dildo power-up. Yeah, congratulations I guess. Oh, there's actually 1 power-up I want to mention that I have no idea what it does, besides this. But I don't know, I just thought it was really funny. So in championship mode you got a total of 13 races, and each race has a different theme and objective. Some of them are Valentine's Day, Read a Book Day, Memorial Day, Halloween Day, Cow Days, and etc. The objectives can vary from checkpoint race to pick 20 chickens and deliver them, pick 20 candies and deliver them, pick a ray gun and hold it for longer than the other racers, and of course my favorite, grab 20 turkeys and deliver them. Not because the game mode is fun, but because they make this sound. As you can see, the graphics are actually really bad, even for the time. Texture warping in this game is horrendous, and the render distance is very low. You'll see things popping up in front of you most of the time. The frame rate was honestly giving me headaches during this whole playthrough. I saw some more gameplay of the other versions of the game, and the PC version of course seems to run way better and fix the render distance problem. Oh, and there's actually a Dreamcast version, if anyone still has a Dreamcast, and it actually looks pretty close to the PC version. For the textures on the edges disappearing, I just cannot blame the game. I've decided to play this game with a widescreen patch so the video wouldn't look like this, so I just had to deal with the texture disappearing all the time. Well, so the only thing I learned with this game was that some things are just better in your memory, and it's best that you just keep those memories as that, memories. I'm not even gonna get into the jokes of this game because they're really a product of its time, and while South Park evolved with the time, is just something that this game couldn't do, and maybe for the better. I just cannot recommend enough that you stay as far away as possible from this game. Even if you remember this being amazing, it's really not. It might just be some type of weird nostalgia that you have. The game got really bad reviews at the time, with people asking things like, will they ever stop making these terrible South Park games? I actually even found out that some sound effects for this game were just ripped from another South Park game. So yeah, another childhood game that I liked, done. Which, to be fair, is probably good. And this reminds me, there was actually another kart racer that I used to like. I wonder how that holds up. So, developed by one of my favorite developers of all time, Hudson Soft, and 18? Bloody Roar is a series of fighting games published by more companies than this guy changes music genres, and now having its rights held by Konami after 2012. Oh, Konami, killing franchises since I don't even know how long. Oh, I really wanted to start this with Bloody Roar 4, but knowing how this ends, I think it's better if I don't. Anyway, you boot up the game and you're greeted by this. Yeah, the video looks straight out of Tekken 1, even though this game came out 3 years after it. But holy banana balls, Batman, this music is awesome. And I can already tell you, it only gets better for the next game. The intro got me extremely hyped. And then the menu bummed me down and made me believe I'd hate the next hours I'd spend with it. For some reason, the game takes place in a 3D space, but when you go to the options, sidestepping is turned off by default. Which is an odd choice, but then I also noticed that you got only one button for punching and one for kicking. Circle used to turn into your beast, and triangle to rave? You got 8 characters to pick. Yugo the wolf, Bakuryu the mole, Gado the lion, Greg the gorilla, Long the tiger, Fox the fox, Alice the rabbit, and Mitsuko the boar. Each one has a different moveset and a different beast. Yugo has the Jin Kazama look, so I picked him because I wanted to follow the main storyline, and the game selected Greg. I was then thrown into my first fight where I instantly got a foot to the face. But it's okay because I also learned how to do a Shoryuken. The game starts pretty easy. You got your health bar, your beast meter, and it feels when you hit your enemy or when you get hit. You can then press circle and turn to a beast, which also makes the circle button turn into another attack button. So now you got 3 attack buttons instead of 2. While in beast mode, your health also refills and your beast meter depletes every time you get hit until you go back to the human form. Oh, and you can also throw your enemies out of the map in the last round, so my fight ended with Greg falling to his death.
You win. Lucky it wasn't a full moon tonight.
But anyway, my second fight was in the middle of a road somewhere, and someone just put a ring on it, and that was it. If you didn't notice, there's no story so far. Nothing to explain what's going on, nor to explain why the hell am I getting beat up by a furry that got too excited by his fursuit. The fighting is actually way better than I expected. The game feels great to play, and the Wraith button from before actually makes you move faster and able to connect special moves and attacks, while it drains your beast meter. Even as a complete casual, I was able to beat this game in about 20 minutes. And beating the game in different ways actually gets you different cheats to use. God, remember cheat codes? Yeah, we can't have that anymore. Now if you want to cheat, you gotta pay for time savers or whatever they call it. Oh gaming, what happened to you? I couldn't find how many stages there are in this, but they weren't really impressive, nor did they really stand out to me. I'm not sure if I didn't care enough because I was really into the fighting, or they are just nothing special. And I can actually call some of them pretty bad looking. Oh, actually there's one that stands out, and that's the last stage. After beating everyone, you fight a creepy looking girl named Juriko, which then transforms into a Power Ranger, but after you punch her face a lot, this happens. This really caught me off guard when I was playing, and I don't know if the feeling translates well in the video, but holy crap, this was amazing. After defeating her, I got my first and only bit of story, which was a PowerPoint of Gato saying he was impressed with Yugo and that he probably inherited his father's abilities. And there's this corporation named Chiron that does mine experiments, so Yugo asks about his father, which apparently he was after, and Gato says he couldn't save him. Yugo then goes away and promises his dad that he will destroy all of their enemies, and the game ends. I don't know why he didn't destroy the labs. I mean, he was right there, right? But anyway, after you finish the game, you get the credits with the devs showing how much better than you they are, and then you put your name and score in the ranking, which I understand in arcades because a lot of people play it, but never understood why it is on a PS1. Never mind. Next game. The sequel was released in 1999, 2 years after the first one and late to the PS1's life. And if you thought that the first game had a good intro, holy shit. I'm already gonna tell you, it does not get better than this. This is by far one of the best PS1 intros for me already. And while the music on the first game was good, this one just knocks it out of the park. Oh, you also get a Resident Evil
Bloody Roar 2, the new breed.
The presentation just got so much better. There are some new characters in this one. Stun the Insect, Sheena the Leopard, Uriko the Half-Beast, Busuzima the Chameleon, and Jenny the Bat. Gado and Shenlong are secret characters, while Fox, Mitsuko, and Greg were just left out. Sorry about that, Greg. Oh, Bakuryu is now Bakuryu II. He's the trainee of the original Bakuryu. It seems like I've heard this before. But maybe not. The gameplay is better than the last one. The game felt faster and smoother to play. I was even able to pull out some combos, which I probably did like twice in the first one. This game really makes you feel like you're good at it, even though you're not. They also added a new super attack that can be connected with combos and takes a big chunk of our enemy's health. They all look pretty cool besides this one that I think looks kinda dumb. And I also didn't find this one very hard. I finished in about 20 minutes again, but with no major fight at the end like the first one, which is kinda sad. After beating Gado, I wanted to see what's going on with the story on this one, and guys, I think you forgot something. And after throwing my name, I actually noticed that there is a story mode, and hey, I was really into this, so more game for me. You get a second intro and see that each character has its own story. Sadly, there's no videos, just images and text that you read through, but basically they explain that zoanthropes are being possessed of animals trained and human intellect, and that now Tylon Corporation... Tylon? Wasn't it Tyrone? Whatever. They want to exploit those superhuman abilities for profit, and there's also a group of renegade zoanthropes opposing them. After succeeding, the zoanthropes started drawing attention from the whole world, but the humans started oppressing them, fueled by envy and fear. So the zoanthropes formed a new organization, the ZOLF, the Zoanthrope Liberation Front, fighting for zoanthrope rights and using their forces to overwhelm the human forces. However, the world learns that the ZOLF was actually a terrorist organization, convinced that zoanthropes were superior and advocating for zoanthropes to rule the world. They then explain the story of the first game and that Yugo actually destroyed the lab, and the story starts right after that. After fleeing the lab, Yugo actually found a boy and names him Kenji. He becomes a boxer, someone steals Kenji, he goes after Kenji, that's the story. Remember when I said I didn't think this game was too hard? Yeah, you can throw that out of the window. You guys will have to forgive me for this one, but I could not finish the story mode. It's fine at first, but after I got near the end, first there's a fight with Bakuryu, where I notice how much damage the specials do. And then there's a fight against Shenlong that's just impossible for me. I've actually tried it for 6 hours, I'm not even exaggerating. The same fight over and over again, so I ended up rage quitting. And just now I found out that I was 3 fights away from the ending, which is Kenji turns into an assassin called Bakuryu, Yugo beats him, and Bakuryu is like, yep, I'm good now, thanks. And then Gado appears out of nowhere and he wants to test Yugo to be the leader, and that's it, end of story. The levels in this game actually got some better looks besides this specific map, which looks terrible. They're still not even close to being memorable to me, but you can see that they did work on some details. I really like this one better than the first, even though the first one isn't bad by any means. But this is just Bloody Roar 1 with more Bloody Roar 1, making it Bloody Roar 2. But anyway, first place, next game. So after the last one, this game would have to give me something truly out of this world to give me hypes like that again. And sorry Bloody Roar 3, it was a good try, but not even close. I don't mean to say it's bad by any means, but the last one was just that good. And after the intro...
Bloody Roar 3.
What happened here? Where's the...
Bloody Roar 2, the new breed.
Well, anyway, there's no story mode on this game, so I went straight to arcade. The new characters on this one are Zion the Unborn and Yuriko the Half-Beast. And then there's Uranus the Chimera and Koryu, which seems to be a robot based on the original Bakuryu, both of the latter being unlockables. The game starts talking about the Mark of the Beast, which is a symbol that appears without warning, bringing ultimate power and mysterious death. It sends ripples of terror and unrest throughout the world, whatever that means. We then go back to Yugo, now leader of the WOC, or World of Coexistence, who goes on a quest to find the truth behind the mark. For the first moment, I noticed how much of a difference a generation of consoles did back then. I then asked myself, why the hell is the camera so damn zoomed in? I just cannot understand what they did with the camera in this game. It just simply won't stop moving. It zooms in and pans out very noticeably. It is extremely distracting, and it almost ruined the entire game for me. The graphics, as you can see, got a big upgrade, but it was expected since the game came out for the PS2. The edges of the map now move and dent when something hits it. The levels got way better now, by the way, but I don't understand why some of them are like this one. You barely have any space to move before you hit the edge. Maybe they were going for something different, but I don't know, it just doesn't work for me. The music, as always, is pretty good during the fight. Nothing really special to say about this one, it fits just right, but not enough to take you away from the gameplay. Oh, and they added a new Hyper Beast form to the game, which I had no idea how to do when I was playing. But it's basically the Beast form, but faster and stronger. There is also something called Air Cancel, which you can use to launch your enemy into the air, and it cancels your recovery time so you can pursue a combo in the air. Now, I don't know that much about fighting games overall. Like I said, I only played Tekken and Mortal Kombat, but goddamn, this sounds broken. And considering I've never seen anyone talk about any games after the second one, it could be one of the reasons. Now, I could be wrong about this, but I didn't see a single drop of blood in my playthrough, which makes me believe there's no blood in this game. Like, no blood in a game called Bloody Roar. But anyway, after you beat everyone, your last fight in this game is against the new character, Zion. And honestly, this was the moment I realized how cool the first game made that last battle look. There's just really nothing special about it. I had more trouble with the Yoshimitsu looking guy and just won in my first try. After you defeat him, the mark appears and says that the Unborn will have their day soon. The game doesn't explain how Yugo destroyed the mark, he just shit talks it until the stone breaks, I believe, and then go back to his friends again. The game just ends in a cliffhanger, asking what were the twisted figures in the tabula shadow? What of their power? And the game ends. Least favorite, just threw in my score, I'm out. Sorry, but I just really don't have much to say about this one. Next game. I was feeling kinda meh after the last one. It wasn't that bad, but definitely the worst of the bunch for me. So I wasn't really hyped considering the amount of franchises that died on the PlayStation 2, and that this was the last game on the franchise. And the intro for this game also didn't help.
screw is. What did you do to Maggie?
It just gave me some really hard Dead or Alive vibes. This made me laugh though.
What did you do to Maggie?
I don't know why, but I didn't expect the amount of characters in this one. There's a total of 18 characters in this game, while most we got before was 12. The new ones this time are Nagi, the Spurious, Yuriko the cat, Reiji the crow, Ryoho the dragon, and another version of Ryoho, together with Mana, which we'll see again soon. When the first fight started, I was instantly happy that the camera from the last game was gone. Finally, I could see what's going on again. And the HUD also got a new cool design. And I gotta say, for me, this is the one that feels by far the best to play. Everything is just so fluid, and the blood is back in gallons. Like seriously, every time you hit someone in beast mode, you just see jars of blood flying off, and it just makes it 10 times better. The levels in this game are actually way better, with some of them actually moving while you fight. The characters seem way more badass in beast mode now compared to the previous titles. Besides Alice. I don't know why they made her a fluffy bunny now. This is just me, but I can actually make combos in this one. You got way more moves just using the 3 buttons. And it seems now that you have an air dodge. So when you're launched, you can press a button to get up in the air before your enemy can follow you with a full combo. In the middle of the game, you get a small cutscene with Reiji saying you're in his way, to which Yugo says,
If that's the way you want it, that's the way you'll get it.
Now honestly, this made me laugh so hard during gameplay. After fighting him, we get another cutscene.
Then what is Nagi?
Everyone asks what is Nagi, but never how is Nagi. Dude, what the hell, how isn't this game not in every list about bad voice acting? It took me a bit to notice, but your beast meter now works as a second life bar. Whenever you run out of health, you turn into your beast and use whatever you got left of your beast meter as your health. It actually works pretty well and makes the matches a little bit longer. You then meet Zion by total coincidence. Apparently you two were on vacation and just went to the aquarium to appreciate the fishes.
What did you do to Nagi?
I don't know what Yugo's on about, since he was the one who just beat her up. And then you move on to meet Ryoho. Oh great, now I can beat up him and his child? Nah, don't worry about that. It's his dog. Now, I was getting Tekken 6 flashbacks when I saw this. I was ready to waste the rest of my day in this fight only, and... oh, it's over. I love how the credits roll and this is the first thing you see. So overall, Bloody Roar 4 was my favorite. It's the one I had most fun playing, and while I believe the others one were amazing, it just stood out the most for me. One was the most basic, a new concept to fighting games where you basically had 2 characters in one. 2 just grabbed the first game and made it better. 3 had better graphics. And 4 was just great. The graphics, the gameplay, the levels. It only loses for 2 on the soundtrack because I cannot take that away from 2. I really did not expect to like this game at first. I was always the kind of person that was like, if it's not Tekken or Mortal Kombat, it sucks. But this definitely opened my eyes, and it's going into my favorite fighting games list, which now has 3 games in total. Again, this is all from a casual perspective, and from someone that's just learning YouTube. I cannot pull out the big combos that can rip your entire health bar, or count the frame data or anything like that. I am nothing but a peasant on the fighting games world. Okay, I'm recording this after the conclusion was done, and I just found out that the Bloody Roar community actually hates the 4th game, and really loves the 3rd one. So I guess this is it. Goodbye. Oh, and there was another Bloody Roar games called Bloody Roar Primal Fury that I had no idea existed, but they call it 3.5, and if it is anything like 3, I better stay away before it piss anyone off. Hey! You know, I've finally come to terms with myself that no matter the game you can think of, there will be someone saying they should remaster it. I was looking for a game I played as a kid because I wanted to make a video on it, and when I finally found it, guess what? There it was. And I promise you, you can look up any game on YouTube and you'll find the same comment. I mean, have you ever played Looney Tunes Racing for the PS1? Yeah, me neither, but there it is. But hey, I get it, nostalgia is a hell of a drug, and I'm also still waiting on a remaster of Hooters Road Trip. But anyway, about the game I was looking for. In 1995, ESPN made a video game called ESPN Xtreme Games, which was apparently a way to promote the Summer X Games. This was a little bit confusing at first because I remember this game being called One Xtreme, which it was. You see, this game was actually released as a greatest hits game, meaning it was one of the best-selling games on the PS1. Electronic Gaming Monthly actually reported that it was the best Sony published game in the world. But ESPN's license expired, so when it became a greatest hits game, it was renamed One Xtreme because they already made a sequel called Two Xtreme, making this game the first in a series with 1 in its name that I've ever seen. There is no Call of Duty 1, there's no GTA 1, there is a Battlefield 1, but that's a different story. So I thought, hey, best Sony published game? This might be a hidden gem that no one talks about. So forget your Tony Hawks, Matt Hoffmans and your Jet Set Radios. This is the real deal.
989 Studio.
Whoa, calm down, game. That's already 1 Xtreme. Honestly though, I miss menus like these. My favorite was always the Medal of Honor one. It just looks so cool. Here you can choose between some characters, each with different stats, but I didn't really notice a difference. I don't even know what those mean, but apparently Charlie has more skates than Deborah, who has more piano, I think. You can choose between inline skates, street luge, skateboard and mountain bike. You can also buy new gear, better skates, bikes and etc. So we get into the race and...
On your mark, get set, go!
My first reaction to this was, holy crap, this is Road Rash but with extreme sports. But sadly there's no fighting. Oh hell yeah. Now you might be looking at this and being like, hey, this looks like crap. And yeah, I agree, but I really don't mind the graphics. Besides those very ugly looking sprites, I don't know why the character has these weird red spots around him, but I also don't think that sprites in 3D games make it look bad. I mean, you probably like Mario Kart 64, right? Well, the racers were also sprites. So when it's done right, the game can still look pretty good. About the music, you don't even notice it's there. It's probably better to just put your own soundtrack over it. At first I didn't even notice there was music, because for some reason my game didn't play any songs, which was weird, but after restarting it, it just worked. I can't even say the music fits the levels, it just seems like some bass and random strings from time to time. Like it was done completely separate from the game and just splattered together after it was finished. Now here's where my problem with this game really starts. I don't know what the objective is at all. On the left side we get the speed and placement, and in the right you get the time and the gates. Oh, the gates. They are the worst thing in this game by far. I'm not sure how they work in this game. I believe they give you points and money, but there's times that I pass through a lot of them and get almost no money, and times where I miss most of them and get a lot of money. It's really annoying, and I might just not understand the gameplay very well, but the game also doesn't do a good job explaining what the hell is going on. There are gates that I feel that are almost impossible to go through. Oh, and the bars are just too big. Or I'm just terrible at this game because I cannot stop hitting them. So, okay, what do you think? Do you focus on getting at the finish line first? Or would you get through the most gates? Well, the answer is none of them. I finished last many times, and I was still sent to the next level, so there's no punishment for getting a bad placement. So I tried the gates, lost most of them, nothing, still sent to the next level. So I played until the last level, and the game just started repeating every level again. I just don't know. I think the objective is to get high scores, but the thing about that is that there's no other high scores to compete against. It's only you playing the same maps again and again and again until you get tired of it. And in terms of content, it's just lacking a lot. You only have 6 levels and 4 different sports, and they all play basically the same. I tried all of them, and even though I thought Street Luge looked pretty funny, it wasn't really different than any other besides having a different sprite. Also, the gameplay can sometimes feel a little bit off. You use X to pedal or push, but it doesn't work when you're moving to the sides. And you can also press circle to deck and go faster after you get a little bit of speed. But the other players always seem to be so much faster than me. And I believe it's some kind of rubber band because whenever I'm in first place, they come flying to me every time. But yeah, since there's no ending to this game, I'll move on to the next one. Okay, damn. Oh wow, hold on. There we go. This menu screams 90s. The transitions are in a bowl. Nice. So, first thing I've noticed, in the options, the controls say there's a power up button, which is interesting, and also extreme steer. Lost opportunity there, guys. Not gonna lie, I got a little bit confused in these menus. In this game you can get your character and change the attributes for him, for better or worse in different things. This game is pretty different than the last. I don't know what happened to the sprites here, but it looks worse than the last game. You now have a stamina bar for pedaling, which also seems to be your life bar, but I'm not sure about that since I can't really hit anyone in this game. Oh, and the gates are back, so you know how we do it around here. However, they did add the power-ups, and you can pick them by going through specific gates. There's an anvil, which I believe makes your punch stronger, but again, I just can't hit anyone in this game. A spring, which makes your jump way higher and stay in the air for longer, but I don't know how that's useful since you go slower in the air. Health, which replenishes your stamina bar, and speed, which is by far the most useful. It boosts you to max speed for a few seconds. The gameplay definitely seems faster here. It's even kinda hard to keep up with what's going on. If you didn't notice, I also didn't pick my sport. Well, in this game you don't. Each level is separated by a place and a different sport. So if you're on a bike, you're only gonna race bikers and so on. There's also the addition of snowboarding in this game, but again, it feels like any other, no real difference in gameplay, just the looks, and it doesn't look any better. They even added some big slopes just to tease you, but you can't use them to do tricks, even though it looks like you'd be able to. And did I say tricks? Yeah, apparently there's tricks in this game, and I didn't do it a single time. I have no idea how to do them. I swear I tried again and again and I couldn't find a way. Hey. BlueTag from the future here. I found out that to do these tricks, there's a kind of an order. You have to press a combination of buttons to do so, like square, X, triangle, circle to do a front flip. I have no idea how I was supposed to figure that out. What I can say though is that the sound got better in this game, to some degree. You get a better soundtrack, more in line with the extreme side of things, but in the other hand, your character just refuses to shut up.
150. Get some air. 250. 500. Let's rumble. Let's rumble.
In the end, I can only say that this game took a step back from the first. They removed the freedom to choose your sport, added stamina for something basic, made it harder to hit opponents, and the only additions were power-ups, snowboarding, and some levels. It kinda sucks to see honestly, because the first game was pretty fun actually. So this could be an actual good game, but I just cannot bring myself to like this game at all. The year is 1999. Most games already transitioned from 2D to 3D. Some successfully, others not quite. But of course, our hero wouldn't be left behind. Well, that was cool. I wonder how the gameplay is gonna suck, isn't it? So this is the game I played the most as a kid. It feels weird to come back to it after all this time. I mean, I still played other games every 5 years or so, but this? I haven't played this since I had a PS1, and that was long ago. So the menu got way more simple, but it's way easier to do whatever you want to do. Just like 2 Xtreme, 3 Xtreme is very different than its predecessors. The power-ups are gone and there's only 3 sports: skateboarding, bikes, and roller skates. It seems like the only thing that they keep every game are the gates, so thanks I guess. As you can see, they moved to 3D, meaning the series is dead now. The graphics look okay for 1990, which would be fine if the game wasn't released in 1999, months away from the PS2. It definitely looks better than 1 and 2, but the money to make that happen probably came from the sponsors that you see everywhere in this game. I don't know why Slim Jim will wanna be here, but sure. Now look, I cannot express how disappointed I am with the music in this game. The second one made me believe that this one would be better, but I counted a total of 3 songs in the whole game. How could you do this to me, game, after that intro? Wow. Well, at least they made the characters quiet again, so they don't keep talking during the gameplay. But that's about all I can say about the sound in this game. There's just not much to it, it's bare bones minimum. They did make the tricks more simple this time around. When in the air you can press almost any button to make a trick, and the D-pad to spin or flip in whatever way you want. However, that does come with a problem. When you jump near a turn and try to turn before you hit the ground, you just fall flat on your face because instead of turning, your character will spin. And there's no way to stop the spin. After you press it, he's gonna go all the way around. Oh yeah, and this is what a grind looks like. At least they made the objective pretty clear this time. The game is a race. Your objective is to finish first, win the tournament, move on to the next one. The gates in this game gives you points, and you can use those points to unlock better gear. Not gonna lie, even with the nostalgia I have for this game, this one got boring very quickly. You repeat the same races more than once in the same tournament. There are more levels, but I guess for length purposes, they just reuse the same ones again and again. It just seems like this was rushed to gather a few more bucks they could make before letting the franchise die. Everything just seems like a gimmick quickly put together to push the game out before the PS2 came out, and I just couldn't shrug that thought out of my head while I was playing. Like, this was the game that turned the series to 3D, like a new beginning to it, and yet there's just nothing going on with this game. It feels extremely soulless, and it pains me to say, but this is the worst of the bunch by a mile. Hey! So, I believe Tony Hawk doesn't need any introduction at this point. I believe everyone here is on the same page on what it is and how it ended. Before getting a new beginning just to be done with again. Thanks, Activision. I played every game a lot during my lifetime, and I mean every game, including Proving Grounds on the PS2. People talk a lot about how Activision milked this franchise as much as they could, and I completely agree. I didn't even know Pro Skater 3 was a PS2 game. I played the PS1 version my whole life, and I only learned it was a PS2 game about a year ago. And still, during this year I played the PS2 version a lot. But there is a game that I played for 5 minutes when I was younger and never came back to it. It's 4. It's THPS 4 on the PS1. My idea for this video was, haha, I reviewed this game but it's on the PS1 guys, funny. But holy crap, it's impossible to play this game on the PS1. I'll compare the two games a little bit, but I barely got through the first level. I think I actually booted this game in my friend's PS2, but I don't know anything about it besides it not having a timer, and instead having to talk to people to start the missions. So this will be my first real experience with it, which is very exciting as a big fan of the series. It's like a new game, but it's old. Anyway, into the game. I first launched the PS1 version of the game and got hit with TNT and skate clips, which never disappointed these games. But then I was flabbergasted by how lazy this menu looks. 2 had a cool wheel where you can spin around and 3 was in a skate shop. This one is just a background with text and your character showing up when you go to career. I know this basically happened with THPS 3, but the game is just a skin for the third game. The PS2 version, on the other hand, has actual music and skaters in the background, which is very welcome after the first. Both games have created skater, but it's way more fleshed out in the PS2, with the PS1 just being the same as THPS 3. Your first level is in college, and when you first get into the game, the camera guide explains how this works now. Hold on. The first mission is as simple as it gets. It's a good idea for players who never played the game before. You just have to find other people before the officer gets to them. Easy stuff, and easy is a key word for most of this game. Notice how I said most and not all of it. Graphics look fine. I believe it's pretty accurate for 2002. Nothing really makes you go whoa, and nothing really makes you laugh at it for being bad. The animations though have that Tony Hawk look to it that no other game fixed. Like the way they talk in older GTA games. Okay, let's see how the PS1's doing. Yeah. If you play Tony Hawk and you know the feeling of the game, this isn't different. Simply peak gameplay. It feels fun, and while Pro Skater 3 added reverts to the game, 4 added spine transfers, now giving you basically the prime Tony Hawk gameplay. Only thing that's missing in my opinion is bank drops, which were introduced later in American Wasteland. I do have a problem with this game though, and it's the level design. A lot of levels in Tony Hawk have a history of fitting the gameplay perfectly. I mean, look how easy it is to just skate around in THPS 3. Now, this is what happens in most levels in THPS 4. A big part of gameplay in these games is just improvising to make the biggest combo you can, but the design in most of the levels in this game seems to be refusing to help you. And while College and Alcatraz are really great, the rest just doesn't stand up to the task. But let's see again how the PS1 is doing. Yeah. Not sure what they did here, but the gameplay hasn't been this clunky since the first game, and I still like that one. Rails now slow you down whenever there is a connection between them, and the frame rate is abysmal. It seems like the levels are way too big for the system, or the engine, or both. You can tell that they tried, but it wasn't enough to save this one. Now, please don't hate me for this, but I'm not the biggest fan of the soundtrack in this one. Wait, hold on, let me explain. I grew up with 2 and 3 and I still play them to this day, They are the reason I like the music that I do, and I cannot express enough what these games mean to me. And while there are songs that I love in this game, like Spokesman and All My Friends Are Metalheads, it seems a little bit off to hear TNT and Shimmy in it, even though I also love AC/DC and System of a Down. The music in these games are always great, it's impossible to deny that, but this one is my least favorite from the Pro Skater era. Besides the music, the sound effects are as memorable as ever. It just never disappoints. As always, there's extras in this game, cheat codes, unlockable characters, videos, it's great. And this one has one of my favorite cheats already, Disco Mode. It makes everything keep changing color and gets more colorful when you make big combos. It just looks really cool and I wish it came back to other games. You get Eddie from Iron Maiden and Jungle Fat as notable unlockable characters. Sadly, there's no Spider-Man, Doomguy or Shrek, but it's still cool. Oh, and of course, you'll get the Bales video. If you never played this game before, I recommend that you do, just so you can check that out. I remember watching those all the time with my friends when I was a kid. And oh, the things that you had to do before the internet was popular. Good times. You'll also get a level from Matt Hoffman's Pro BMX as an extra in this game, but it really doesn't connect very well with this game for obvious reasons. It was made for another game, but it's a cool addition to it. In the end, I love this game. I'd rank it an A in my Tony Hawk tier list if I had one. It was a really cool experience playing it for the first time, and even better that it's actually a really good game. I barely ever hear about this game, so I didn't really care about it. People always talk about 2 and 3, obviously for a reason. 3 is still my favorite of all time, but 4 deserves some love too. But remember to play the PS2 version, not the PS1. So, Need for Speed. I grew up playing these games, mainly Most Wanted and Underground. It used to be one of EA's biggest franchises, and even though they don't seem to care that much about it these days, it is still going pretty strong, with a new game to be released later this year. But it wasn't always like this. After Black Box developed Carbon, they believed car culture was moving in a different way, with the racing of the cars becoming less and less extravagant. So they decided to go in a different style of game, leaving behind the open world street racing and focusing on league on track races. However, critics ended up giving it mixed reviews, saying the game misses most of the features that made its predecessors interesting. Probably meaning no open world street racing, which is understandable. I also didn't like Pro Street at the time. So a year later, EA CEO John Ricciello, Ricciello? Well, John said that Pro Street was only an okay game and was not good, and that Undercover would be a much better game. The game is still one of my least favorites on the franchise, but the weird thing is they still ported the game to the PS2 in 2008, 3 whole years after the Xbox 360 was released. So you might be wondering, well, how did they do that? And, well, they didn't. When you first boot up the game, you're greeted with a cutscene of yourself outrunning the police, so you're like, hey, back to the streets, this might be good, and why is this Most Wanted? So yeah, this is how they did it. Instead of making an actual decent port of the game, they just got Most Wanted and deleted the handling of the cars. But you know what? Okay, I'll give it a fair chance. Starting from the graphics, this is one of the ugliest PS2 games I've ever played. Not even joking, you see everything popping up literally all the time in this game. Cars appearing out of nowhere, the map loading right in front of you, and the color correction is completely off. So when you try to paint a car black, it looks like this. And it's just wow, you can see how careless they were with this game. The PS2 and the Wii version were developed by Axion Entertainment, who before this only developed mobile games and handheld ports. And oh, it shows. It definitely seems like a mobile game, I can tell you that. The car models don't look too bad, but that's because they mostly use car models from older games. Thank God. Animations can look completely broken sometimes, they added some new pursuit breakers, but when you hit them, sometimes they just disappear. Notice how I said some new? Well, guess where the old ones come from? Most Wanted. Why? Because they used the map from that game. Some places are mirrored, some places are just a copy and paste, and they added some long highways between areas to make it try to look like the map from Undercover. But it ended looking worse than the original, and it might be even smaller. I've tried making some okay looking cars, but trying to make a good wrap in this game is as painful as it can get. Like, this is me trying to change the size of a vinyl. The frame rate drops to -12 every time you try to do anything in the car. It's actually impressive how they manage that. Now, here we get to the part where I cannot get over. From Underground to Carbon, Need for Speed had its best gameplay in my humble and only mattering opinion. But they decided to go with something that's supposed to resemble Undercover in the newer generation. So they stripped most of the Most Wanted gameplay from it and completely screwed it up. You can make the wildest turns at 400 km/h. Cars feel extremely lightweight and more like a Hot Wheels game than a Need for Speed game. The brake is barely functional and you have to rely on the handbrake, which makes you drift. A lot. And I cannot tell you for sure because I played this game on an emulator, but wow. This game lags like hell. Frame drops are constantly happening and I wish I had a PS2 so I could try it and talk about it more, but just so you know, I had to use an option that makes the system run at 300% faster so it wouldn't do that as much. Racing this time around consists of the basics like circuit, sprint and time trials, but they also added lap knockout and highway battles. They also ask you to destroy some of the cars in this game and it just shows how amazing the AI is. If you played a lot of older Need for Speed games, mainly Underground, you know how crazy the rubber banding is in that game. This one just turns it up to another level. Cars fly into your direction whenever you get too far. The easiest way to notice it is by playing highway battles. I mean, just look at this. If you watch Kuru by any chance, you know how the story goes in this game.
Of smuggling, extortion, and murder. Very dangerous. We've been doing our...
You play as an undercover cop along with another cop called Chase, trying to take down a car smuggling group, and for that you do street races to gain their trust and join them, besides costing the state millions of dollars. You're assigned to steal cars for them after the races, and after completing the jobs, Chase tells you to arrest them. After you take out the first gang, you're recruited to join another gang. You did the same thing, but after arresting them, you can't find where the stolen car is. Well, TLDR, Chase was actually working with the last gang. She kills the leader and tries to frame you. You go after Chase, break her car, or just let her break herself, and this is what happens.
So this is what Cha Wu was trying to smuggle out of the country. Chase Lin was willing to kill for him.
And that's it for the story. The music in this game is weird. It's a mixture of Pro Street songs and some new ones, including Like Knives, instrumental, Diamond Life, instrumental, and The Tempest, instrumental. Usually every Need for Speed game has a defining song right in its menu. You throw in the game, you press start, and you're blasted with whatever banger you were blessed with. However, in this game, car sounds are just copy and pasted from Most Wanted and apparently Carbon. Some cars just have the same sound, so you know they put a lot of care into it. The same goes for sound effects. The menus are just ripped from Carbon, which is weird. The other versions of it had new sound effects, so I have no idea why they didn't use them instead of the old ones. I mean, if they didn't even care about this game, which is obvious at this point, wouldn't it be easier to just rip whatever sounds the main devs made? Unless these were already in the game. Oh, they also got Donald Trump to act in this game.
Hey, let's go. Take him down. Take him down. I got no visual. I don't see him. 1023 at last known location. Let's cancel that DCB. He's right here. I got him. I got him.
Also, the reason this is on the weird nostalgia category is because I did get this game when I was younger. This was my first introduction to Undercover. And even at the time when I didn't really care about how bad games were, I couldn't bring myself to play this one for very long. I remember trying to convince my friend to play split screen with me, and unsurprisingly, no one was down to it. But I remember checking it out and this game having a game mode where one plays as the cop and the other one as the racer, and you just go around trying to break their car, and that's it. But again, I hope you didn't get scammed by EA like I did at the time. It's actually crazy to think that this game was passable. Just imagine if this happened today. Hey! So, first of all, I'd like to thank everyone for the support you've been giving me again. Since the last video, we already went from 100 to 200 subs. It's really nice to see that you've been liking the video, so thank you, really. Since everyone seemed to enjoy the THPS 4 video, and a lot of you asked me to either review another one or to rank them, so I decided to do both. For this one, I'll only review the Pro Skater games since it would take way longer for me to make all of them. But if you guys like it, I can make another one starting from Underground. Oh, also, I am not gonna be reviewing THPS 5. Aww. Yeah, I know everyone loves that game, but sadly I don't want a 360 or a PS3, so it's impossible for me to do it. Actually, even if I did, I'm pretty sure they got delisted from the store, so there's that. I might do it in the near future if I can set up an emulator, but we'll see. I decided to go around the internet asking for the best version of each game, so if you believe that any other version of each game is better than the version I'm playing, you can go and blame Reddit for it. That's what I get from trusting the internet. Oh, the original Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, the game that started it all. Developed by Neversoft with the blessing of Hawkman himself, it was released in 1999 for the PlayStation and later ported to every platform to ever exist. The game is number 24 in the best-selling PS1 games with 3.5 million copies sold. Did you know that Harry Potter and Dragon Quest VII sold even more than that? I mean, I can understand Harry Potter, but you never see anyone talking about dragons. Okay, sorry. Now look, this game is way harder than I remembered. And I don't mean hard like I can't get to the next level, but hard in like, why can my combos only go as high as 4,000? And the reason for that is that this game didn't have manuals yet. Again, it was released in 1999 and that was before the manuals were invented. I'll already tell you I'm not gonna bash this game because of how groundbreaking it was at the time. Before this game, skateboarding didn't exist. Skate or Die was actually called Plank with Wheels or Die. When you first turn on the console, you'll see the Neversoft logo that never left us. And after a company that has gone to shit, you get one of the best cutscenes in video game history. I don't know how cool skateboarding is considered these days, but if you're here, you'll probably also love this cutscene. It just never fails to get you hyped for whatever's next. Even Tony Hawk looks surprised in the menu. You get 10 characters to choose from and 2 secret characters, Officer Dick and Private Carrera. You can choose your deck, truck and wheel color in this one. There are 9 levels which you have to unlock by beating them one by one, and to do that, you have to complete a list of tasks that gives you VHS tapes. The challenges in this one are pretty basic. Most of them consist of making a certain amount of points, collecting the skate ladders and finding a hidden tape somewhere in the level. There are also some different challenges like grinding 5 tables in school or wrecking 5 cop cars in San Francisco. There are also 3 levels that work as a competition, where the only objective is getting more points than the other skaters. The graphics look fine for the time. I don't think they looked amazing when the game released, but something really cool that they did were those screens with music videos playing. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure they never came back to any other Tony Hawk besides the first. But of course, the two main things needed in a Tony Hawk game is a good gameplay and a killer soundtrack, and this one delivers. At least in the soundtrack it does. The game didn't age that well in terms of gameplay. There's not that much variety on tricks, no manuals, and it seems like they still weren't sure about the gameplay because of levels like the Dam and Mall, which are levels that you go down a path and it ends when you get to the bottom. The controls feel pretty heavy, especially when you're spinning in the air, but it's really satisfying when you actually land something difficult in this game, like the 900. It was way harder to land in this one than any other game, I can promise you that. It's like they tried to have a half-realistic take on the controls, along with the arcadey one. It definitely works, but I'm glad the game went the way it did after this one. The music in this game though, it either didn't age a single minute or I'm completely blinded by nostalgia. Dead Kennedys, Goldfinger, Suicidal Tendency, the Vandals, they could not have done it better. It is extremely hard for me to pick the best soundtrack in these games because of how great they all were. I know this one is the best for a lot of people just by having Superman, and honestly I don't blame you. This wasn't the first Tony Hawk I played, but I still listen to these songs almost daily to this day. After you beat the game you get a Bales video, which is a staple in these games. I said it in a THPS 4 video, but it was really cool watching these again and again with your friends before the internet was popular. Overall, the game's still great. I'm sorry if you disagree with me in this one, but I'll give this game an A instead of an S because of the way it aged. This game is what kicked off the series, but it would only get better from here. What can I even say that hasn't been said about this game? Well, nothing, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is where Neversoft started doing cool intros after you boot up the game. Every game after this one has the eye doing something before it gets impaled. I remember drawing that eye on my notebook on classes I didn't want to be in, which means I had a lot of those. You then get punched in the face with Gorilla Radio playing with skate clips in the background. No build up, nothing, just blam, in your face. This time around you get a better looking menu with a wheel, so the presentation already got way better. You can now make your own skater and play the campaign as him, and you can create your own skate park too, which I believe are features that come back for every other Tony Hawk game after this one. You get 14 skaters this time around, including unlockables like Officer Dick, Spider-Man, and BlueTag. There's a total of 10 levels in this one, but this game has some of the most memorable levels in the history of this game. The Hangars, Cool 2, and Venice are some of the best levels that there are. They work perfectly with the gameplay, like the devs knew what they were doing and made it so the levels seemingly matched the gameplay. Besides this part in Hangar, I don't know why they put that there. You get way more challenges to do in this one, or checklists, and they are worth money now, which is used to unlock the rest of the levels. Things like doing specific tricks somewhere, or things related to the level, like wall riding 5 bells in School 2. In terms of graphics, it seems to be a little bit better than the first, but nothing that noticeable. I do believe the HUD and the text on the screen looks better. The first game had a grittier font, but I believe it's a matter of taste. None is really better than the other. Besides the music, the gameplay in this one is where the love really comes from. You have no idea how much different manuals make in this game. Well, actually you probably do, but try to go back to THPS 1 after playing this one your whole life. It's just night and day difference. Combos can go way higher now, where in the first game you had a challenge that was getting to 50,000 points on one of the latest levels. This one asks you for 100,000 on the second level. But trust me, after you get the hang of it, it's not hard at all. The music went for a mixture of punk and hip hop in this game, with a total of 15 songs, including bands like Bad Religion, Naughty by Nature, Millencolin, and Lagwagon. This is the first Tony Hawk game that I've played, and some of the songs are still some of my favorites of all time. I know this is the same for a lot of people, and I can relate to that a lot. I'm trying not to let the nostalgia take over from here, but it's honestly great. There's almost nothing wrong with this game, besides some hiccups in some levels. But if you're playing these games in order for the first time, you'll see that they only get better with each installment you go through. This one deserves an S, there's no other place for it. It got a lot of people into skateboarding, the influence this game had is incredible and simply cannot be taken from it. It's an amazing game and it has already gone down in history as one of the best ever. If for some weird reason you never played a Tony Hawk game, I would say this one is the one to start with. Now to my personal favorite. This is by far the one I played the most, but I'll already be honest here, besides having an amazing intro, I think this one is the weakest of the four. I love Motorhead, but I think that the other songs fit the clips way better, but that's just me. Now here you get a fully 3D menu inside a skate shop. All the modes you had from before, all the extras, with the addition of online. And a tutorial mode? I did not notice that there was a tutorial mode until this very second. I am writing the script and looking at the footage and I just noticed it. I played this game my entire life and I never noticed there was a tutorial. Well, it's pretty basic, but it tells you what you need to know. It teaches you how everything works and how you can build bigger combos. I don't know if anyone ever really learned how to play by playing the tutorial, but if you did or know anyone who did, please let me know. I was almost having a stroke because I could not believe I didn't know that was a thing. As you can tell, the graphics got way better in this game. If you saw my video on 4, it's the same engine, the same graphics, and the same animations. But this one came first, so there's that. I don't think it looks amazing, I mean, Tony Hawk looks like this, but it's not bad by any means. These games were never cutting edge for its graphics, so you don't really expect it to look amazing. You get 9 levels and 3 levels from the first game. There's 13 characters and a lot of unlockables, including of course Officer Dick, Wolverine, Doom Guy, and Darth Maul. Crazy. The levels are also some of the greatest levels in any Tony Hawk game, like Canada, the airport, the foundry, but they also added some more interactive goals in this one, like this guy that you have to soak in the foundry. Like in the second game where they added manuals, here they added reverts, fully connecting combos so you don't have to stop unless you want to, or if you get too greedy and fall. In my opinion, this is the best one so far. Even though I played the PS1 version the most, I love the next gen version too. This game is another example of what I said about each sequel grabbing the good and making it better. It feels way smoother to play. Maybe it's the animations, maybe it's the controls, maybe both. But if you played it, you'll know what I'm talking about. They also added hidden combos, which are like a precursor for what's coming next, like the variation to manuals. And with all that, they started asking for scores like 400,000 by the end of the game, which is very doable with all the tools they give you in this one. There are 20 songs in this one, a mixture of punk, metal, and hip hop, including Ramones, CKY, AFI, and Body Jar. It's awesome.
It was great. Really great.
Probably my favorite playlist of the Pro Skater games, and it's the one that stuck to me the most. There's no bad in a Tony Hawk soundtrack, but this one is just perfect for me. So obviously this one is an S for me, as the best Tony Hawk's Pro Skater game. None of them are bad or even close to that by any means, but I believe CHPS 3 is the one that aged the best, and it's still extremely fun to play through to this day. So this is my list. Of course you're free to disagree. You don't have to hate me because I like one game better than the other, unless you really want to. Going back to these games only reinforced my opinion that most of them are timeless and still play very well to this day. Sorry THPS 1. But seriously, no matter which one you believe to be the best, I'm sure there will be a lot of people that agree with you. These games seem to have a little bit of everything for every playstyle. I hope I didn't forget too much. I'm trying to keep a schedule so I don't stay a month on only one video, but I still gotta get better in managing points I like to make and things like that. Hey! After a long time avoiding it for how long I knew this game was, I have finally finished Toy Story Racer. It was developed by Traveler's Tales, who developed some really good games like Toy Story 2 and Sonic R before becoming a LEGO game developer. They actually became a meme recently with the simplification of logos, and they became a victim to it too. I really couldn't find a lot about the development of this game, or about this game at all. It came out in 2001, 5 months after the PS2 came out, and it only got a PS1 and a Game Boy Color version, with the latter being a completely different game released a whole year after it. What even is this? In 2019, IGN put it as number 20 of their favorite kart racers, under Mod Nation Racers. I'm actually impressed that Nicktoons Racing didn't make the list. So let's see if the game really was as good as I remember it being. When you boot up the game, you're greeted with a clean screen and a fully animated menu. It actually looks pretty good. You have a screen with all the characters and all the information that you need for the campaign. You have 4 characters to choose from at first: Woody, Buzz, RC, and Bo Peep. Oh, and also notice how there's challenges available in the bottom? That's how the campaign works in this game. See, there's no story in this game, you just pick a characters and one of the available challenges that they have, and each challenge you complete gives you a soldier. Soldiers are required to unlock more challenges, meaning after you win 2 of them with Woody, for example, the game won't let you play another one, so you have to play as another character to unlock more soldiers, and therefore, challenges. It's really not a bad idea to keep you playing as more than only one character for the whole game. But did you also notice that there's 200 soldiers to collect? You might be thinking, oh, so there's a lot of content in this game. There's not. There is a total of 11 races and 7 battle levels. 200 soldiers divided by 18 levels, 11, that's at least 11 times you gotta play the same level until you get all the soldiers. I'm trying to get the bad parts of this game out of the way first, but it's actually impressive how repetitive it can get after a while. You play the same levels again and again and again. And when you're about to give up, the game gives you a new level, so you're like, finally! And then you start repeating again and again and again, until the same happens over and over again. There's no record of this game in howlongtobeat.com, but speedruns of this game are over 8 hours. So you can expect at least 8 hours to beat this game. It's really not all bad though. This game makes for a really fun casual experience. If you're not like me trying to finish this game in a week for a review, you'll probably have a really good time with this game. There's a total of 12 characters you can unlock by completing some challenges in the middle of the towers. And the gameplay is the best part of this game. I usually hate floaty controls in kart games, but this one just has something that makes it feel great. You can actually see how floaty it is just by looking at it. I know this is a turn down for a lot of people and it's usually listed as a negative thing, but really, this game would not be as good if the controls weren't like this. Besides not having a lot of levels, the ones that are in the game are extremely detailed. Even when you're tired of playing, you can just go around and find references to the movie. Things that you wouldn't even see if you weren't looking for it. Like this screen behind a chair playing a scene from the movie. This kind of thing is everywhere in the game. The attention to detail is off the charts, and exploring them is what made me waste so much time of my life playing these as a kid. I remember trying to get on those arcade cabinets to see the games that we're playing, and I could not be happier to see that it was actually possible and not just my mind playing tricks on me. I know this might seem stupid for being something so simple, but it's just how nostalgia works. They're all themed in places that you see in the movie. Andy's house, his yard, and even the gas station, which only shows up for one scene. There's also the skate park, which I don't remember seeing in the movie, but I thought I'd mention because Tiny Hawk's Toy Championship is going on there. The game has a huge variety of challenges, 21 in total, but most of them are repeats with an excuse to be a different challenge. For example, you have Knockout Race and Reverse Knockout Race. If you ask me, I'd say there's a total of 7 modes in it. Race, Knockout, Survival, Time Trial, Collection, Target, and Tag, with the rest being variations of them. The graphics in this game actually look pretty good, but remember, this is a 2001 game. PS2 was already out, blah blah blah, but besides looking pretty blocky, I feel like the textures look pretty good.
You're mocking me, aren't you?
Of course, the style of small toys in big places helps, so everything is way bigger, but still. I also didn't notice at first, but parts of it are actually 2D sprites, like the wheels of the carts and the sheeps. I did mention the Xtreme video that if done right, it can look pretty good and blend well in the game. This is a very good example of it. I mean, come on, you also didn't notice the wheels were 2D. The music is pretty good, not the best example for fitting the levels, but some of them do. It doesn't have any of the songs from the movie, but it's weirdly recognizable as something from Toy Story. Maybe it's just me for how much I used to play this game, but I don't know. You can probably tell me how you feel about that in the comments. Every character has a few voice lines recorded. It's gonna feel old pretty quickly though. They just don't stop talking the character select screen.
I am Buzz Lightyear. I come in peace.
So after 30 minutes, you can always talk with the character before the race starts. Now, there's something pretty funny about this game. After you spend all that time with the game and you reach the top, you'll see that there's a reward waiting for you, a bonus. You enter and it's the credits. But wait, there's an option for a bonus. Maybe it's a cutscene? A puzzle. Yeah. I wanna know who had this godforsaken soul that thought, yeah, kids will be playing this for 15 hours straight and all they get is a puzzle. Why a puzzle? You definitely had more space on the disc. What the hell happened here? And this is your reward for every character. So don't expect anything for beating the game with all of them. I could say it's better than nothing, but I also suck at this and I spent 15 minutes trying to finish the puzzle, and Woody's face just says it all. You're just pushed back into the credits and that's the game. While I know most will either just skip this game after hearing about the floaty controls, I still recommend it a lot. Even besides the nostalgia I have for this game, it is still a really good time. Just try not to play this in one sitting. I assure you, it will be a better experience to just play at a steady pace. Hey, as much as I've heard about this game, I'm ashamed to say I've never actually played any Twisted Metal games besides Black on the PS2. I know this is a widely loved series, but it always felt like it just wasn't for me. After someone asked me to do a review of it on another video, one trailer just started coming back to me. The Revenge trailer for Twisted Metal on the PS3. But I've never played that either, so I thought, hey, why not give it a chance, right? I'm a big horror fan, big time. And I know this series can get dark sometimes, so maybe it'll be cool. Spoilers, it was a great idea. I couldn't find the comment anymore, but whoever asked me to review these games, thank you, I mean it.
Your wish is granted.
Starting from Twisted Metal 1, I wasn't sure what to expect. I knew it was going to be hard, but I thought it wasn't going to be good, considering people usually talk about the other entries a lot, but not this one. I was wrong. The presentation on the original game wasn't the best. It was definitely metal, but you have the most basic menu you could get, and the story is only presented to you in text, with this guy in the background. That explains why I didn't play this as a kid. After you select your character, you can also see a little bit of story behind the character and the reason they're there. And this is the first thing that got me hooked into this game. The entire story has a creepshow feeling to it, where they have a simple but interesting plot that makes you wanna know how it ends. The whole premise is around Calypso, the host of Twisted Metal, and he promises that whoever wins will get whatever they desire, beyond the limits of even reality. Not sure if this will be important yet, but they make sure you understand that the game takes place in Christmas Eve 2005, taking place in Los Angeles. I decided to play as Sweet Tooth just because he looks like the main character in the series, if it even has one. His bio says he's an escaped mental patient after his best friend. More on that later. Getting into the game, I was extremely confused. Forget your X for gas and square to brake. Here you move forward with square, brake with X, boost with triangle, and shoot with R2 and L2. You have a machine gun that you can use at any moment, but it has a temperature so you can just hold it forever. And pick up weapons which you can shoot with L2. It definitely takes a while for you to get used to the gameplay in this game. Besides the controls, at least these cars feel sluggish, but maybe that's what the car info was mentioning. In the first level, you'll go on a 1v1 in a small arena, probably just to let you learn the controls. I got my ass kicked again and again. I was honestly not liking it, but I knew it was something I was doing wrong. And here's the thing, I was expecting to just go around shooting up cars, but there's definitely a good amount of strategy baked into this game. After you finally start to understand that you shouldn't keep going head to head on your opponents, you are moved to another level where you have 3 opponents. You have 3 lives for the entire game, and I got stuck in this level for about 40 minutes, until I finally found out that there's a password system on it. I don't know what it was, but after a while trying to play this, I started to think, I'll just finish this match and take a break. And after I finished, I wanted to go another one before the break, and another one, and another one. I seriously could not stop playing it. The gameplay, while not amazing, is definitely something special. Actually having to take your time and figure out how you approach the battles in this game got me so hooked that I ended up playing the entire game in one sitting. It definitely took me some time because I'm bad at it, but it was just that good. The graphics were not great. You have a camera inside the car, which is interesting, definitely hardly usable when your car is constantly doing this. But it definitely doesn't look very good. I upscaled the game to 4K by the way, the textures look way too bad, same goes for the sprites. These numbers in the bottom are your speed, even though there is not even a miles per hour to let you know. I'm sorry, but it's careless if you ask me. You do get some destruction of your car during the gameplay, which is cool, but that's about it that I can say for the graphics in this one. I know the maps are pretty big, but Driver had a full map way bigger than these and it still looked better. Speaking of pretty big, there's some pretty big frame drops in it. I thought it was probably because of the amount of things going on, but even when I was by myself, it lagged sometimes, so I really don't know. I was thinking about this while playing it by the way, but usually I look like an idiot when I say the game's dropping frames, because I can't really show you. The video you're watching is compressed and it doesn't look that bad, but trust me, this one got pretty bad from time to time. Just try it out yourself if you don't believe me. I was pretty sad about one thing specifically in this game, the music. While good, there's not really a lot, 7 songs in total, and pretty short songs, so you're gonna be hearing it a lot during your playthrough. I don't think there's really any memorable sound effects either. The only thing I noticed is this siren sound that sounds exactly like the one in Bomberman Fantasy Race. After you beat the rooftop level, you get a warning saying that you now battled the minion, the winner of the last Twisted Metal tournament. I thought it was going to be way harder honestly, but I won't push my luck either. After beating him, you get a text saying you're the winner of Twisted Metal and for you to prepare to meet Calypso for your prize. What? You thought you'd get a cutscene or something? Of course not. After meeting Calypso, he says that he's confused by your request, a paper bag. Apparently after escaping the mental ward, Sweet Tooth has been searching for that bag, which is apparently Harold, the wacky lunch sack, his best friend. The game did have full FMV as endings, but they were all cut for different reasons. I did watch the cutscenes on YouTube and honestly, I believe it would have been better if they were still in the game after all. Besides being definitely cheesy and cheap looking, it would probably be better than just plain text. Besides being frustrating at times, Twisted Metal is a very good game. It definitely looks and feels like a budget game that had a great idea in mind, but still wasn't sure how to make it work. It looks cheap, it sounds cheap, but you feel that there's something there that's really good, and for me that's the story and gameplay. Again, I wasn't sure if this was going to be the one, but I was sure hyped to play it. Like I said, I simply could not stop and I'm still itching to play 3 and 4. Already, the presentation in this game got so much better than the first one. Besides not having much in the menus, even though I believe they look pretty clean, this one features cutscenes that definitely help get you hooked on the story. It starts with Calypso over a destroyed LA, wondering where the next Twisted Metal should take place. I guess that's pretty obvious. I gotta say, the story in this one got way better than the first. While Roadkill in the original was supposed to be a captain in a war, yeah, this guy was a captain. In the second one, he confronts you saying that he knows that nothing of that is real. It is very engaging to have an idea of what they want, and then you play the game just to see what will be their request for Calypso. I was extremely confused at first because I was so sure Sweet Tooth was the main character in these games, but he wasn't in the select screen, which got me sad. But then I saw him in the game and I was like, wait, what? So basically there's this cheat code that you gotta use, but I didn't know if he had any story in this or if I should even play as him since he's an unlockable, but I did it anyway. As soon as you get into the game, you can feel how much better the controls got. The game feels way more responsive and you don't have to fight it at every instant. The graphics seems to be basically the same, but the levels got way more detail, even having some destruction in them, like the Eiffel Tower in this level. That would have blown my mind as a kid. There's another level in Antarctica where you gotta win while the map collapses. It's pretty cool to have you do something besides waiting for the others to do all the work. Talking about levels, there's a total of 8 levels in this one. 2 more than the first game, but they seem bigger in comparison. I am again a bit saddened by the music though. Maybe I was expecting too much from the games that started a franchise, but you can't look at this and not think it will have some great songs in it. There's about 10 songs in this one, 3 more than the original, which is okay. Oh, in the gameplay side of things, you can do a combination of inputs in this one, making a special move. For example, left to right up sends a freeze burst forward. You use an energy bar for each attack. It's definitely helpful when you're out of weapons and not so good that will make the game easy. The last level takes place in Hong Kong, and after you beat it... But he's right here. I was probably supposed to play the game as another character. I don't know, I'm so confused. I guess maybe they added Sweet Tooth as an extra character at the end. I really don't know, but I really wasn't expecting that. The battle can be very, very frustrating. Darktooth does a lot of damage and doesn't take much, so good luck with that. And after that, there's another boss fight, so good luck with that too. After winning, the game tells you to prepare to meet Calypso again, but this time you actually get a cutscene. From what I've seen, all of the endings have a twisted turn, like that Monkey Paw story. I can see myself playing this as a kid as every character possible just to see their outcome. But I have YouTube now, so yeah. I liked this game better than the first, even though there's things I like better in the original. But it's just overall a better game. It just seems more fleshed out, like they knew what they were doing. While in the first, you kept having this feeling that they weren't sure about what this game was. Like it was a tech demo, you know? But I still really liked it. And you can definitely expect another video on the series. I'm actually eager to play more, so it shouldn't take too long. Hey! I wasn't sure if I wanted to make a video on this game. I remember playing it for a while when I was younger, but I can barely remember if I liked it or not. And in that case, should it even be on the weird nostalgia category? Well, yeah. Weirdly enough, I have a lot of memories of myself booting up this game, but barely remember anything besides the first car. This kept me curious until last week when I started playing it again. So again, this video will be proof that sometimes memories should only be that. Memories. LA Rush is a game developed by Midway Newcastle, which was known as Pitbull Syndicate before they were sold to Midway in 2005. Okay, now keep up with me for a second. This is pretty interesting and will be important for later. Their Wikipedia page says that they were formed by an ensemble of programmers and artists with extensive experience in the video game industry. Their first game was Test Drive 4 in 1997, published by Accolade, which received mediocre reviews. Then, in 1998, they made Blast Radius, which was a space combat simulator, published by Psygnosis, which seems to have gotten a little bit better reviews. And then they made 2 more test drive games in the same year, published by Accolade again. And then in 1999 they made Test Drive 6, but published by Infogrames. And then in 2002 they made TD Overdrive, the Brotherhood of Speed. For some reason they were bought by Midway, where their only games were LA Rush and Wheelman, which you might know. They were closed in 2009 after the sale of Midway assets to Warner. And then the founder of Pitbull Syndicate announced the formation of Pitbull Studio in 2010. Now you might be thinking who? And that's where it gets confusing. Because their Wikipedia says that they made Silent Hill Downpour and Gears of War Judgment, but you can't find a single mention of Pitbull games on any of the game's pages. I looked on Moby Games, Wikipedia, and their own website, but it only looks like this. So really, I have no idea what is going on. I know they merged into Epic Games UK, but their story is confusing to say the least. But okay, back to Midway Newcastle. There's not much about the development of this game online. The only thing I could find was an IGN interview about the game, which got updated in 2012 for some reason. But the game is supposed to be part of the Rush series, you know? San Francisco Rush? Yeah. They compared themselves a lot to Burnout, saying that the game didn't so well in the US because it only has made up locations and cars, and that their game brings these things to reinvent the franchise. Huh, I wonder how that worked out. I'll make this clear already because it will be obvious really quickly, but this game looks like something you'd see someone play in a movie. You know, like the video clip in Californication? Yeah. Everything in this game is extremely over the top, and I don't mean it in a good way. I mean it in like...
Lardell don't like losing money, especially the T here.
If he didn't want to lose his money, then there's one thing he should not have done.
What's that? Invited you to join the party.
I don't usually say things like this, but I was cringing my entire playthrough of this game. This must be some of the most awkward cutscenes I have ever witnessed in my entire life. The entire game seems to take place inside a kid's head while playing with Hot Wheels. You play as the rich guy throwing a party at your mansion, and there's girls and rich people and you're talking about cars, and then the bad guy shows up and he takes away your cars because you talk back to him, and then you go out taking your cars back because you're the most badass in the game. I'll try to leave the story to the side. You can watch the cutscenes on YouTube if you want to, but be warned, you're not gonna be able to forget it.
I know you ain't talking to Lana like that. Change is coming.
First dropping into the game, you'll notice that it seems to look pretty good for a PS2 game. The reflections on the cars stand out a lot while playing it. But then you turn the car and you notice that this game has some of the worst physics to ever touch a racing game. You can barely push your analog to the side and your car will fly in that direction. You know how they say that graphics don't matter and gameplay is the most important aspect of a video game? While I don't agree that graphics simply don't matter, this game is pushing its luck really bad. It is something that you will look at and be like, hey, this seems pretty cool. I actually thought that it looked a lot like Midnight Club LA before I played it. But trust me, even if you don't like that game, it is miles better than whatever this gameplay is. Oh, and the reflections I mentioned? Well, it's obviously not real ray trace reflections, but I feel like they could have put some effort so that it didn't have the daylight reflection when it's night at the game. I've never actually felt so cheated in my life. I don't think there's a single thing that I can say about this game that is just, yeah, this is good, and that's it. Oh, and did you notice that there are stars in the top right? I mean, GTA has them, so they gotta put it in their game too, right? And don't expect it to work like in GTA. You might just get a star out of nowhere. Or maybe 4 stars, and then the police is just like, whatever. And then you have no stars, and then it jumps to 3 again. It is simply all over the place. Oh, and do you know what happens if they catch you?
You can run, but you cannot hide. Pull that thing to the side.
Okay, let's calm down. I've never been to LA before, but it seems like they put a lot of effort into the map of this game. It's always full of people, cars, stuff that you can run into, and you're not just stuck into the roads, you can go off-road, inside alleys, whatever. It really feels like a real city to go around. And then, whoever designed these races must have been completely out of their mind. The game just expects you to know where to go, while they put a checkpoint in the middle of an intersection and you gotta pick a side and hope it's the right one. Am I the one going crazy, or is this one of the worst designs ever? I mean, watch Big Rigs and you'll see you have one road to follow. And that's it. Big Rigs has a better level design than this game, it's amazing. And then you're gonna tell me, oh, it's alright, you just have to restart the race and try again. No, you can't, there's no restart. If you lose a race, you can't even start the same race again. You gotta go back to the last race because you have an entry fee that you gotta pay for each race. And if you don't have enough money, you gotta go back to the race that's free and then farm money to go back to where you were. And while this game isn't hard to the point that you have to do this all the time, it is sometimes simply unfair. Like, I was playing with this Chevy that I don't even know, and I got put against two Salines S7 and a Viper. And thank God I used save states here, because I wasted 2 hours in this race only with the save states. But wait, it's not just the races. You have this other mode where you gotta go to a place, get into a random car, and drive it back to your house while the bad guys try to crash your car. It should be pretty easy, right? Don't worry though, because this game got you covered. Did you notice the MTV and Pimp My Ride ads the entire city? Yeah, this means exactly what you think. You can get your ride pimped.
'66 Pontiac GTO. This got dressed up with some new school accessories. Chrome blower, shaved door handles, and chrome bumpers front and rear. The Nitro system and Pro Charger guarantees that this old school ride is well equipped to lead the pack.
What? You expect it to actually do it yourself? Change the color at least? See what it looks like before you pay half of the money you have on it? What is wrong with you? Anyway, after you win the last race against the bad guy, you go home to your party to find your first car got pimped. And now it has a jacuzzi in the back and a TV system that can only play the Pimp My Ride logo. I know I still have a long way to go, but this game is pushing really hard to be the worst game I've ever played. And I don't mean like, yeah, Big Rigs is worse, cause Big Rigs is barely even a game. But look at this. This is a full game, it's just extremely bad. Extremely bad. I know that in the end, this video seems more like a rant, and it might even be, but I really could not find much to say about this game because that's all that it is. It's a soulless and repetitive racing game with no care put on it. The only thing it has going on is copying ideas from other games and having one of the worst storylines I've ever seen. Oh, you wanna know something funny? I don't know what a satellite award is, but this game somehow got nominated to the category of best sports/fighting/racing game. Sadly though, it lost to Burnout Revenge. I guess being based in a real place with real cars didn't help. After you guys put me on Scared Straight on the last video, I was wondering how this game was gonna be. Of course, YouTube started showing me every single video on the platform, but I did my best not to see anything about 3 and 4. I heard so much about how bad these two were that I actually started getting excited to play it. What if people are pushing my expectations so low that I end up liking this game? Well, it's not exactly that, but bear with me. As soon as I turned on the game, my first thought was, oh, I see the problem. The cutscenes look like they're in an alpha stage, the 3D looks horrendous, and Calypso looks like the ghost of Retroland from Jimmy Neutron. The music's pretty good though. Calypso explains what the Twisted Metal contest is for the 3rd time, but this time there's no reason why he's doing it, where he's doing it, nothing, which is kind of a bummer. You were then brought to the main menu, to which I gotta say, got way better. You now have everyone battling at the same time while you're doing whatever you're doing, and it looks way cooler than... I mean, with all due respect, but they've come a long way. Oh, I don't know about you guys, but usually the first thing I do after booting up a game is going into the settings. and I just wanted to point it out, but you can actually deactivate dithering in this game. If you don't know what that is, you can probably Google it because it's a big explanation on why it exists, but if you do know, that's pretty cool, right? Now, I mentioned in the last Twisted Metal video that I thought one of the best parts of those games were to look at the characters' bios and see what they wanted. This game completely destroyed that feeling. First, the bios are so vague that you're not even sure why they're in the tournament. Second, the endings make no sense. Spoilers if you never played this game, but let's take Augur for example. His bio says that he's mad because the guys from Twisted Metal destroyed the roads that he made, and he wants to destroy his opponents. But in his ending, Calypso says that he asks for...
So, Augur, your wish is for people to see your inner child.
What?
Your wish is granted.
Axel says he's climbing to that machine one last time so he can be free. And in his ending, Calypso says that he asked for him and the machine to be one. And he turns into a clock. I saw a comment that sums it up perfectly. But people love Twisted Metal for its gameplay, right? So I decided to play Outlaw this time since they are the only one who seem to have a recurring timeline in this game. And Sweet Tooth is unplayable without cheats again. So our story here is that we joined Twisted Metal because we wanna prove to the world that there is honor behind the badge and good triumphs over evil. Okay. Getting into the game, you will instantly notice that the HUD got way better. It's way more detailed, and Calypso now gives you a brief explanation of where you are and what is going on. Besides the fact that you can barely hear Calypso but hopefully it's not that important because you can barely hear.
I know you'll have fun in Buckingham Palace.
I know this game was made by a different developer, which is why it feels so different than the last two entries. But holy shit, your car loves to be upside down in this game. It is very annoying that you can be simply turning around and your car might just flip. I was scared I'd have to relearn how to play this after 2 weeks without touching any of the games. But it really wasn't as hard as I expected. Oh, I really like the music in this one though. Besides not being exactly what I expected, that being metal only, it was a pretty good mixture of rock and metal, and this song about microwaves or something. It is a bit weird to have a level in Hangar 18 with an UFO, and one in the North Pole where Santa lives, but it's mostly fine besides this level in London where Sweet Tooth got stuck inside the buildings. Now you have a level on Calypso's blimp, and I spent about 2 hours on this level before I gave up and looked up what was going on. I might be extremely stupid, but what happens is, the battle starts as usual and you start taking out the enemies, but after they die, the counter goes back up and they simply come to life again. And again, and again, and again. I thought they must have 3 lives like I do or something, but even when focusing on one character, they kept coming back until I had nothing else to do. After spending more time than I should on it, I looked over the internet and someone explained that you have to shoot 4 different panels on the walls, and then go back to the top level so you can shoot another panel, and then they'll stop coming back. Why? What did I ever do to this game? It never did anything like this before, and there was no mention I had to do anything like this. Or maybe there was. After you defeat everyone, you're brought to Calypso, where in this case, he says you ask for a clean and safe world. And Calypso's twist?
Your wish is granted. Too bad. The streets are safe, and you're out of a job. I am Calypso, and I thank you for playing Twisted Metal.
They lost their jobs. Is that it? I think it's a pretty good trade for a clean and safe world, honestly. Well, I don't think this game is as bad as everyone made it out to be. Calm down, it's just my opinion. Nothing that I say here will make any difference to the course of these games. It was released 20 years ago, remember? I can understand the frustration of having something as good as 2 in your hands and being so excited for 3 just for them to drop the ball like this. It is not a huge improvement over 2 and it definitely takes a lot of steps back, especially on the cutscenes. But I feel like the gameplay wasn't really bad and the music was pretty good. Maybe something similar happened on 4? So after finishing 3 and watching all the cutscenes online because I have a limited time to play these games, I again wasn't sure what to expect for this one. I heard equally bad things about 3 and 4, so maybe it will be the same? Booting up the game, you'll get a cutscene with someone explaining the story behind Sweet Tooth, on how he got into Twisted Metal as a kid and asked Calypso to be the star of it. And then he jumps to current time where he takes over the Twisted Metal tournament, and apparently he got some mini tooths or something. The menu has a circus presentation now, and I keep having this feeling that I've seen this menu before, but I'm pretty sure that I've never played this game. It has a 30-second looped song in case you're wondering. This time around you can select your car or create one, which was interesting, but something I did not like was whatever the hell happened to the characters in this game. This is the goofiest Twisted Metal yet, and by goofiest I mean the only one. What even happened to Mr. Grimm here? Why is he a pirate? He was literally deaf, and now he's suddenly spinal from Killer Instinct? You can't play as Calypso in this one, which I did not expect. But after hosting every Twisted Metal so far, I thought he was probably the one that I should go with this time. I really could not care about anyone's ending in this one, so they completely shatter any expectations I had for it to go back to how it was before. With everyone being just so goofy, I just wasn't interested at anything they were saying, which honestly was basically the same as 3 but goofier. As soon as I got into the game, I noticed there was something wrong. Why isn't my car moving? I'm pressing square and it's not going forward. I pressed back and it's not reversing. Did my controllers disconnect? Oh no, they just changed the controls after 3 games. It's not like it took me time to get used to the controls anyway. But at least they let you go back to how it was before. After changing, I was ready to play and now I can't stop boosting. What the hell? Well, apparently they got this new mechanic to help you boost where you can press either gas or reverse twice and you'll use the boost. I guess having a button to do that was way too hard and they needed a more convenient way to do it. Have you ever heard of, if it's not broken, don't fix it? This is a great example of it. Because I use both square and up on the D-pad to move forward, like the 3 other games, and I keep interchanging between them, so now I keep using all my boost all the time accidentally, because you can press gas 2 seconds later after you let go and you will still boost. Okay, calm down. In terms of gameplay, it looks the same as 3, but it definitely doesn't feel like it. They completely messed up the physics in this one, and it seems like even the AI couldn't get used to it at times. Your car still won't stop flipping, but now it looks like the game's having a seizure because it instantly flips back when it happens. At this point, I was so bothered by this game already that I found a crane and had no idea how it worked, but I didn't care enough to try it. So I guess you can tell me how much of a great addition it was. Oh, and this is all in the first level, by the way. At least they have these green spots on the map that I can use as a green screen. Something that got me almost depressed while playing this is how bad they screwed the gameplay in this one. Maybe I was just unlucky, but considering the reputation this game have online, I wouldn't bet on it. Remember how I said how much I loved that you had to think before acting in these games? Well, not in this one. You can just go around shooting and you'll get through every level with no problem. They thought we also needed more lives in this one, as if it was any harder, so now you have 5 lives instead of 3. Thanks, I guess. Like, seriously, just look at this. This is the last level on the game. The music was also a step back. Instead of metal, I keep hearing hip-hop and electronic, and don't get me wrong, I love hip-hop, but what is this game called again? Oh, and the levels are way too big for no apparent reason. You'll do a fair share of your playtime just going around trying to find your opponents. And guess what? I was actually talking to my friend about how long I was taking to find anyone, and the next level was called the Maze. I must have spent about 30 minutes in this one, so yeah, it got pretty boring. After you win the tournament, you get a very badly animated cutscene of Sweet Tooth refusing to give the tournament back to Calypso.
Calypso! Congratulations on winning the Twisted Metal competition! What wish?
Spare me the rhetoric. You know what I want.
Out of the question! The competition and the ring stay with Sweet Tooth!
And then... this...
It's mine! It's all mine! You can't handle this, Sweet Tooth. Oh, beautiful ring.
Stop! Stop! You'll destroy us all! The souls are escaping!
Okay. And that's it. You can probably tell I wasn't a fan of 4, but wow, what a mess of a game. I didn't mind 3 nearly as much as everyone else, it seems. Some people even claim for it to be worse than 4, so I'm really interested to know why that is. As always, don't be offended if you like this one. It's just how I feel about it, and it's not gonna change whatever it means to you. I also like a lot of games that I consider bad and other people hate. And it's also pretty cool to just look at the comments and see the stories you guys have with these games. Now, I know the next game in the series got a lot of fans, and it seems to be the one that everyone loves the most, but here's the thing. I am actually afraid to get my expectations so high that I'll end up not liking it as much. So if you can do me a favor and tell me it sucks in the comments, I'd be thankful. Hey, I don't know how much you guys know about net cafes in the 2000s, but there was one right around the corner for me, and I used to spend a lot of time there. I believe the difference between this net cafe and the one you probably knew is that this one you could pay to play on consoles, and today we're talking about the PS1. Yes, again. One game that I always watched people play when I got there was this Jackie Chan game. And considering most people only paid to play about an hour there, I usually only saw them play the first few levels. But I could only remember one single level that had Jackie running away from a truck. I always felt like trying it, but the PS1 was so popular there that it was hard to get a place on the line. So I always ended up playing Counter-Strike for a few hours. I believe the game fits in the weird nostalgia category, even though I never actually played it, but I have this weird nostalgia just by watching it. I guess it's something like the feeling you have when you remember PewDiePie playing Happy Wheels or something like that.
Alright, one more, son. Don't fuck up. Dad, right in my asshole!
So, Jackie Chan Stuntmaster is a game developed by Radical Entertainment, which you might know from games like The Simpsons Hit or Run and Crash Tag Team Racing. It's basically a game where Jackie Chan beats everyone up all over New York. So yeah, this is a beat 'em up. And just so you know, I suck at beat 'em ups. Our story begins with what?
Jackie.
But yeah, the story is basically Grandpa asking Jackie to deliver a package. Grandpa is soon kidnapped and Jackie goes after him. And that's your story. I have to say though, the cutscenes definitely have a Jackie Chan feeling to it, you know? Like you're watching Rush Hour, but without Chris Tucker.
Isn't that your grandson?
Grandfather! Look out! Keep the chase!
I'll start from the graphics on this one, because I joked about it, but I'm actually glad they went with this look for the characters. It definitely has some charm to it, and they weren't trying to make something realistic with it, which is probably for the best considering we're on the PS1 era. You have some pretty good lighting effects, and again, they really capture the feeling of the movies in the cutscenes. The levels look pretty good, but there's a lot of repetition during the playthrough. Like, I went through this part and then you get to a maze-like building where you gotta pick the correct doors. And after I got to the top, I kept moving, but I thought I was sent back to the beginning because it looked so similar. But yeah, there's a lot of parts that you go through thinking, wait, haven't I already been here? Besides that, you have 5 different areas, with 3 levels each. And while the levels look similar, the areas look way different than each other. You have levels in Chinatown, the waterfronts, the rooftops, the factory, and the sewers. Wait, that's the wrong channel. Whatever. Now, for the gameplay, it's actually pretty fun. In parts, going around beating up everyone is just extremely fun. You have buttons for punching, kicking, rolling, parrying, and grabbing. I didn't find much using for kicking besides the flying kick. And the game even tells you to try mixing between them, but anything I tried felt weaker than square, 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 square. There's some cool moves that you can do, like the wall backflip and this grab. And I was wondering how it looked so smooth. Well, the reason for that is that Jackie Chan himself did the motion capture for this game. You can actually unlock the behind the scenes by collecting golden dragons throughout the game. Or you can just watch it on YouTube like I did. I mean, I'm sorry, but there's way too many of them. And if you miss one, you gotta play the level all over again. Unless you have a checkpoint before that one, of course. But there's some of those that are way too easy to miss.
You know, the game and the computer, you never get old. Then I can see myself on the computer for long, just stay on my age. I can get old, but the computer never get old.
While it feels good most of the time, the game can be pretty annoying later on. They added a good chunk of platforming in this game. Great idea, not that well executed. Because of the platforming, it gets extremely obvious how delayed the controls are. If this game was more popular as any other, people would put this level on lists for the most infuriating levels ever. Jackie sometimes refuses to run at full speed, and if you don't jump long enough, he'll hold to the side of the train. And that's an instant death from there. Besides those annoying parts, there are parts that you can run smoothly through the level. And that's sometimes an option. If you're good at platforming in this game, you can skip some of the sections by running away from enemies. And Jackie will even make fun of them while fleeing.
Don't move. Catch me if you can. If you want me, you have to catch me.
Talking about talking, for some reason, later on in the game, the characters start talking like this.
Don't hurt me. I'm fragile. How do you like it? I'm getting too old for this.
I don't know why, but I thought I would point that out. As you heard, Jackie did the voice for his character too. And it's weird that he shares a lot of lines with the enemies in this game, which also share a lot of lines with each other. They repeat the same things over and over again. And even when they change voice actors, they still repeat some of the lines.
Oh, that's gonna hurt in the morning. Ah, that's gonna hurt in the morning. That's going to hurt tomorrow. Oh, that's...
I mean, come on, I know this is a budgety game, but couldn't you just think about anything else? They're basic enemies, so it didn't even have to be anything deep like her mom. But I guess it works, right? After all, we don't have much in terms of story anyway. The music isn't bad, but it's not memorable either. I can't really say they fit the levels, with some exceptions. but they do have that fighting soundtrack feel to them. I just don't feel like there's anything special besides the nostalgia I have for the first track. Oh, I also found this glitch.
Hospital!
After you beat the last boss, which is probably the easiest too, you get a cutscene where Jackie straight up kills him. So he packs his stuff, gets into the truck, and drives away. I don't know what that was supposed to mean, but there's definitely no sequel to explain. Jackie Chan's Stuntmaster received average reviews with some criticism about it not being innovative, which is probably correct. It's still a fun time, and it can definitely kill a couple hours. Especially in that train part. But I honestly doubt that I'll come back to it anytime soon. Just a quick explanation that I forgot to mention in the last video. In the first Twisted Metal video I mentioned that I only played Black. As much as I've heard about this game, I'm ashamed to say I've never actually played any Twisted Metal games besides Black on the PS2. And I didn't really take my time to explain that because I thought it was going to be the only video I'd make in the series. Obviously, it's not. When I was a kid, I used to play this at my friend's house, and he had this Twisted Metal, which he wouldn't shut up about. I tried playing it for 10 minutes about 2 times and I completely gave up on it, thinking it wasn't any good. When really I just had no idea how to play and I didn't care enough to do so. So yeah, my only experience with this game before now was playing it for 10 minutes in the 2000s. I just thought I should clear that up to not make anyone confused. Enjoy! So after the last video, I was again wondering how this game was gonna be. I talked about expectations on the last video, and how maybe I heard so many bad things that I could end up liking 3 and 4. It was true. For one of them. But this game is the complete opposite. I always heard about how great of a game it is. I never researched any of these games, I never watched videos, never cared about it, and still I kept seeing and hearing everywhere about how great 2 of the games were. Those games were 2 and Black. Now I was afraid to get overhyped about the game. Like, what if it's a great game, but I end up not liking it because people treat it as if God itself came down to earth just to deliver it? Well, I doubt God would give us this. Twisted Metal Black was a game made by Incognito Entertainment, which is a company formed apparently by former single-track employees. Released in 2001, it's a reboot of the Twisted Metal series. Reboots are usually something I'm afraid of, but in this case, wow. While way darker than any of its predecessor, I believe it was a great choice. The first thing you hear when you first boot up the game is that first riff of Painted Black by the Rolling Stones. And with the artifacts of old movies on the screen, it sets up the tone of the game perfectly. There's no jamming music in this menu, no funny cars exploding, no cool fonts, everything is dark and gritty. It doesn't mean the menu isn't good though. Every option you select goes to another place where something different happening. The select screen now has everyone fighting in their vehicles, and their bios show their patient profile in Blackfield Asylum, with their disorders and treatments, again, matching the tone of the game perfectly. One thing I wasn't a big fan of is that you don't get to see anyone's story unless you pick them first. So you have to select your character by their looks and vehicles instead, and then you get a cutscene explaining more about them. This time there's no good guys, there's no one trying to save the world, no one fighting for anything funny. They are all insane and have extremely sad or creepy stories. I can definitely see why some people didn't like this game because of how edgy it is. Roadkill in this one is basically a neo-Nazi, and a lot of characters, including him, ended up getting censored. I'm not gonna get too much into this because this is not what I'm here for, but I am not for any type of censorship in video games, but this game got one of the biggest censorships I've ever seen in my life. The story was completely deleted in Europe, and I mean completely. There's no cutscenes at all, and they even removed character dialogue. Anyway, I chose Sweet Tooth in this one, which is apparently a big question mark in this game. He mentions how he killed people and about the curse that makes his head always be on fire. And he then meets Calypso, which looks interesting. He promises Sweet Tooth an end to his curse, so he accepts it. Obviously, the graphics are a big step up from the last game, but in terms of art style, it looks in par with the dark nature of the game. The first level is in a junkyard. Your car is all rusty, the sky is dark, there's people running around, the rain's falling, it's complete chaos. And I gotta say, I really love the way the rain looks in this game. It stood out a lot to me while playing it. Oh, and it's so cool that you can see the weapon selected on the car now. Like each weapon opens a compartment when you select it. I don't know, I just appreciate small details like that. I know most people would say that the maps look all the same for being dark and gritty, but come on, that's like saying, I don't know, Gran Turismo and Forza are the same because they're racing games. Okay, maybe not the best example, but still. I believe there's 11 levels and I'm pretty happy with how they play. I thought it was going to be a problem because I quickly noticed how big the maps are in this game. Like, there's this level that takes place in a small room, which opens up and becomes a ship, which then lands and becomes a bigger place. It's crazy. But I didn't really have any trouble finding anyone, which will be my main criticism for this game. I know, I said in the last video I couldn't find anyone, blah blah blah, calm down, it won't make sense. Midway through the game you fight Minion, which I'm not sure was supposed to happen, but I got destroyed at the same time and got a cutscene. So I'm not sure if I was supposed to die there or not. This is how everyone's story works in this game. You get a small glimpse of it on the beginning, a better understanding in the middle, and a conclusion in the ending. Here, Sweet Tooth talks about how he got his curse, which was done by another character who's in this game. I'm not gonna spoil everything in case you haven't played it, but this other character isn't really right in the head either. Now, I really like the gameplay in this game, but it is a bit janky. Cars are very fast and a little bit too floaty, but it's still the same great Twisted Metal gameplay. You have your power-ups, your special attack, your boost. Oh, and talking about boost, I said in the last video how you can press gas twice to boost and how that screwed up the game for me. They completely fixed it in this game. You only boost if you press gas twice on square. If you press up and then square or vice versa, you're not gonna boost anymore. It wasn't that hard, was it? However, I saw this in the comments on the last video too, and I completely agree. The AI hates you in this one. Yeah, BlueTag, they hated you in the other ones too. Yeah, sure. I mean, the AI hates you, and only you. I got so mad on that ship level because I could not beat it for the life of me. It took me a total of 1 hour and 12 minutes to do it. And in this case, it wasn't even because I was bad at it. But right in the first room, you fight 2 cars, you only get like 2 weapons, and it'll already be a miracle if you get out of there without losing a life. Because they refuse to shoot at each other and only focus on you. Of course, you do get better with time and start making strategies to when to go to health, respawns, etc. But wow, it is extremely frustrating at some points how there's 3 cars after you and they seem to simply ignore each other. You get 3 lives in this one and no more passwords. So if you lose all your lives, you can simply play the level again, which, come on, should have been from the beginning. It is a pretty damn challenging game. You are not going to just breeze through this like you would expect from a lot of PS2 games, and that's a good thing. When you get to the last boss, which is Random Chopper Guy, Yeah, I know, Sweet Tooth says it's the guy that captured him, but he appears in every ending, so come on, it's random chopper guy. It took me a minute to understand what the hell I was doing here. He has a chute around his chopper and these random trucks keep falling down forever, so I knew it has something to do with that. But basically you gotta destroy the trucks and shoot them to explode under the choppers, so it'll destroy the chutes. It took me a while to understand, but after that it was pretty easy. After that you get a cutscene where he goes to Calypso asking him for the curse to end, and Calypso then gives him a vial, saying it contains the blood from the man who cursed him, and if he drinks it, the curse will be over. But if he started killing people again, the curse will come back to him. So he destroys the vial and kills Calypso. The end. You then get the credits with a cool video playing while Painted Black plays in the background and wait a minute. What about the music? Well, yeah, there is a soundtrack to this game, but there isn't really music per se. Well, there is, but there's not. You see, I gotta admit, they did have some balls to make this, but the music is completely composed for this game. The only actual song, if that makes any sense, is Painted Black, and don't get me wrong, it doesn't mean that the composed soundtrack is bad by any means. It's actually really great and I'm impressed no one talks about it. I know this type of music doesn't appeal to everyone, but I believe Shadow of the Colossus to have one of the best soundtracks in gaming history, and it's extremely underappreciated. While I don't believe that this is on the same level, it is still underappreciated. I didn't find anything about the music in this game, not even the fandom wiki, and the composer is the same guy who did the music in the God of War games. And Draconus? I don't know what that is, but I bet it has a great soundtrack. In the end, I truly love this game. The amount of details and pure love that you can see the developers put in this game is unreal. From the tone of the game that sadly got censored, the great graphics that match the tone, the gameplay that besides doing its best to be unfair can still be managed with skill and learning, to a great soundtrack, I give this game an S in my Twisted Metal tier list. I didn't put any other games on it, but that's not the point. It's a great game. Hey, and welcome to Fan Favorite, where I played the most obscure games from your childhood. Either that or just random games you like. It doesn't matter really. I think I have to work on that. This is gonna be a different type of video. I'm not gonna go fully into every single game, but I'm gonna play 3 games you guys want me to and I'll give you my first thoughts on it. If I like it or if people like it, I might make a full review on it. But I wanna give everyone's childhood a chance here. As you probably know, I'm working on getting a new controller, so only PC games for this video. Also, there are games that I wanted to try that are both on the PS1 and on the PC, but I ended up skipping like Death Trap Dungeon and MDK, which in this case the controllers are just horrendous on the PC, so, and by horrendous I mean like Death Trap Dungeon uses Enter to jump, the arrows to move and Z to run. Or like Hogs of War that only gave me a blue screen every single time I try to play it, but I will play them. I'll just need a controller first. Starting from our first game, the one I was most afraid of, Just Jackrabbit 2. Now listen to me for a second. I wasn't around when this game came out and this game wasn't popular where I live. I know this game is extremely popular, but I honestly don't know and don't claim to know what it meant for PC gaming. These are just my thoughts on the game and you're free to disagree and actually correct me in the comments if you want. First thing you see is actually a pretty good animation that really looks like those ones you'd see on Newgrounds, and an incredibly unexpected jamming song. The music was the best part of this game for me. From what I played, all of the songs were very good. And with that being said, I am sorry to whoever I'm offending right now, but the gameplay is not good. And you cannot convince me that this is good level design. The game feels extremely basic and it even reminds me a lot of the first game I made on GameMaker. Of course, that was in the 2010s, but I don't think the gameplay holds up very well. Also, I think it's kinda weird that breaking boxes works as switches. I felt like that guy playing Cuphead because I didn't know I had to break the box to open this wall. And I actually didn't even know you had a downwards attack, so I kept shooting it and nothing happened. Oh well. I also feel like the graphics are a mixed bag. While I find the drawings and sprites really cool, the levels just feel like they did something like this. And then it's just a copy and paste for the entire level. I don't know, it just didn't stick to me. Besides this one that looks like Wonderland from Alice or something, and you get high from the smoke from this guy. Yeah, but I believe this game is a product of its time, and it reminds me of another game I used to play called Claw, which is weird to me because, at least in my opinion, it looks way better, but nobody seems to ever talk about that one. But anyway, so next game. Alien Shooter, another PC classic that I've never played in my life. I actually found it pretty funny how close the menu in this game is when compared to one of my favorites, Rainbow Six Rogue Spear. Yeah, it has nothing to do with this game. But anyway, at first you get a buy menu where you can get different weapons, but since you only start with $20, it's more like teasing. Oh, and I like the name of the first mission too. My first reaction to this game was, how the hell is this guy doing this? But the first part is more like a tutorial for people like me who never played this game. It has nothing going on, but you can at least get used to the controls. You know when you play a game too much and you have to play levels like this, and you're like, who's the idiot that needs this? After you get into the facility, you get a quick overview of the place before you turn the lights on. And this is where the game starts, and oh wow! The music in this game is pretty impressive, which seems to be a recurring theme for old games now. I did have to turn down the sound effects a bit because I was tired of hearing this. But after that, I actually had a lot of fun with this one. Don't get me wrong, it's a pretty basic game. You enter a level, you shoot your way through, buy weapons and repeat. But just doing that is pretty damn fun, especially when you see a giant horde of aliens after you. Talking about the aliens, the AI isn't exactly smart. If they're more than 5 feet away, they just try to run into a wall to get you. But I guess having all of them rush at you at once would make the game impossible to play. Did I tell you about the music though? Oh, it's so good. Conflict Vietnam. I remember playing this game in my PS2 when I was younger. And this one showed me how hard it is to get old games working correctly on a PC. I couldn't make it run at the right resolution, my mouse felt like it was having a stroke and the sensitivity was all screwed up. But I found some fixes online and it worked. Mostly. The story is as basic as it gets. You're going to Vietnam with your squad and that's basically it. The cutscenes are a little bit janky, but I guess they looked fine on a PS2. But the characters sometimes look extremely animated and their mouths don't match what they're saying at all.
Let me introduce you all to your new field medic, Private Harold Kaler.
Where were you supposed to be for, Kaler?
I gotta say though, they nailed the 60s and 70s atmosphere you see in the movies. Vietnam movies, of course. I don't remember if this was on the PS2 version, but I was actually impressed by how alive the world feels in this game. Everywhere you go, there's people talking about random stuff, and they actually interact back with you.
Still heavy as shit. No bodies, nothing. Then some FN. Look, can't you see we're talking here? Anyway, where were we? Oh yeah. Oh man, it was bad.
You help around the camp with random stuff while getting your own stuff, and then you are presented to one of the jankiest controls I've ever touched in my life. You press spacebar to aim, shift to zoom, and the right mouse click is to give commands to your squad. So already, just so you know, if this ends up becoming a full video, I'll play the PS2 version. After a quick tutorial on how to command your squad and change between them, you fight against an invasion and go to your first mission, which is to clear a village ahead. I thought maybe I'd get used to the controls in this game, but it's just not possible. They are bearable at best. If you're not aiming, it feels like it has some type of mouse moving that makes it almost impossible to aim in third person. Oh, and the game starts with going up the country and painted black, so yeah, great soundtrack. I feel like this game has great things going for it, but at least on PC, the controls can be a deal breaker for a lot of people. I still like it though. Boo, and welcome to the Halloween special. I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do for Halloween. There's a lot of horror games out there that I think are truly amazing, but most of them are already well recognized for how amazing they are. And while there's some of them I feel like never got the praise they deserved, it would be kind of too different from what I'm used to do. Not that I'm not gonna do anything different, it's just that I like to keep things lighthearted. Oh, and of course, talking about lighthearted, I'm gonna have one jump scare at some point in this video and I'm not gonna tell you when it's coming. Have fun! After trying for hours to make Clock Tower work on Windows 10, I gave up and tried the SNES version. But for some reason, some effects were completely screwed up. So, Code Fear it is. I used to have this game on PS2 and I just couldn't get it to work. It always froze right at the beginning, so this is my first time actually playing it. Oh, and to get this out of the way, yes, it looks a lot like Resident Evil 4, and it's always gonna be compared to Resident Evil 4. But it's more like Resident Evil 1, mixed with 4. Don't worry, I'll explain. The game starts with some guys dropping into a boat, and after they are killed, you and your team are sent there to, I don't know, look at the boat. And your team is instantly killed. So now you're in a Russian boat by yourself. There's also this jump scare that makes no sense in a story sense, but I'll just act like it didn't happen. The graphics look fine for a 2005 game, and considering Resident Evil 4 came out only 2 months before, I think it actually looks pretty good when comparing the two. The rain effect looks pretty nice, and having the boat moving at all times almost forces you to see the lighting effects. Which aren't the best, but they tried. There are things that look off even for the time, like some blood splatter that never moves. So they could have made it into a texture instead of just throwing another one on top of it. Sadly, because of the setting of the game, there's not a lot they can do though. The whole game takes place in a boat and an oil rig, so you can expect to see the same looking rooms over and over again throughout the game. Actually, you can expect to see the same rooms throughout the game since you go back and forth so many times. About 80% of the game takes place on the boat, where the game asks you to get something, then go back to the beginning to use it, and then go forward to get something just to tell you that you need to go back for another thing. I didn't notice this as much as I was playing, but looking back at it now, there's a lot of backtracking. Something weirdly funny that happens in this game is that you have to go back to save a girl who's stuck in a room, and by the end of the game, the people on the radio are making fun of you. And right after, they drop this.
With this data, we can make sure this never happens again. But what about Anna? Head to the security room. It's a good place to start looking for those notes, and you might be able to spot your girlfriend. She's not my girlfriend. Oh, that's right, Hanson. You get your girlfriend shot, not eaten by monsters.
And by the way, the game is about 4 hours long with no time skips that I can think of. And by the middle of the game, your character is just as in love with her as I am with your mom.
You need to help me destroy this place.
No, I need to find your father's note. Once I do that...
You die!
Probably. You'll be safe, Anna. That's what counts. Goodbye.
Now, like I was saying at the beginning, the controls are something in between Resident Evil 4 and 1 at the same time. You get those fixed camera angles you used to see in older Resident Evil games, but you can also press the right mouse button and it's gonna turn into Resident Evil 4 with the over-the-shoulder camera. And you can also press shift to aim like in old Resident Evil games, but I don't think I used this a single time and even forgot it was an option. You have your life bar and a resistance one, which is used for running, and if you're out of resistance outside, you might fall off the boat. It's an interesting idea, but you barely spend any time outside, so they might as well just call it a stamina bar. The game also tries to make a big deal about the ammo, giving you notes and saying it's important that you don't waste ammo, check corpses for them, but not too much so you can save it for later and blah blah blah. But look at the starter pistol in this game. I can count on one hand the number of times I ran out of ammo in this game, and still I always had ammo for the other guns. I actually forced myself to use the other guns just for the sake of showing in the video, because really there's no reason to change to any other gun besides when you're fighting these mini bosses. And I don't mean it like, oh I'm great at this game, but as in I suck at survival horror games and I still managed to get through this game in 4 hours. I'm trying not to be too harsh on this game because the over-the-shoulder thing was completely new, and even Resident Evil had some problems with it. After you radio the girl's father because he has answers for what's going on, you go around the ship to turn it around and go to the oil rig where supposedly he is. You crash into the oil rig, Anna falls into the water and you'll go after her. But apparently your character passed out before saving her, so you just wake up on the oil rig. Then after an hour of gameplay, Anna appears on the water and her dad saves her. It's so confusing, but he then takes her inside. She wakes up after an hour floating on the water and instantly passes out before getting attacked. Yeah, I don't know. Really, you can expect some old Resident Evil type of dialogue in this game. It seems like no one in this game has a functioning brain, and yet they're in this operation somehow.
Those things just infected Anna. Don't do anything stupid, Hanson. There's nothing you can do. There's an antidote. I can still save her. An antidote? Fine. If you think you've got a shot, go for it.
Sadly, I don't think there's any music in this game that I consider memorable. It's just another case of I played through the entire game without even noticing the music was there, which is at least better than having ear-screeching music in the background. And that goes for the entire audio department in this game. Besides the extremely cringy dialogue, you don't really notice anything about it. All I can say is that it's fine. Now, I think there's a big problem with the story here. Maybe I missed something, but I watched the cutscenes again and found nothing. But basically, you get infected twice in this game. And the second time is right after Anna is infected. There's even a cutscene with Tom giving the only cure to her.
I'm sorry, Anna. So this is it, Tom. 2 patients, 1 cure.
And the problem is, you go around putting C4 on the oil rig and running away from the explosion. And after that, you find Anna at the top of the oil rig, where she's placing the last few bombs. Her mutated dad shows up and you have to keep shooting him while she does her job. After that, you two get into the helicopter and fly away. But what about Tom being infected? I don't know, just look at this.
Take care of this.
Papa, I'm sorry.
Goodbye, Papa.
This is one of the biggest plot holes I've ever seen. I hope there's an explanation that I missed or something, because wow. But yeah, sadly Code Fear wasn't exactly scary as I was expecting. It has 2 rooms in the entire game where it's dark and the rest is just more like an action game. I believe that it might have gotten a reception that was a little bit better if it didn't come out right after Resident Evil 4, which definitely leaves this game in the dust. If you're a big fan of survival horror games and have nothing else to play, I'd recommend this one. I was never bored of it. I was always waiting to see what was gonna happen next. For the wrong reasons, but still. Hey, First of all, I'm sorry for the delay on the video. I was trying to maintain a schedule for a video every Monday, but the video didn't end up as I expected. I made a full video on Peter Jackson's King Kong, the official game of the movie Gamers Edition. But the PC port is extremely crap and not even in a funny way. So I asked on our Discord, link in the description, and decided that making something different would be the better choice. So here we are. Spider-Man's my favorite superhero ever. It's the only Marvel movies I still watch, the only comics I still read, and the only man I still dream about. Besides your mom, of course. And honestly, I think that this is one of the most underrated games of its time. I remember playing this so much as a kid, and I was wondering how this game holds up today. If you're new here, try not to take this too seriously. I usually talk about games completely blinded by nostalgia. So Spider-Man, not to be confused with Spider-Man, Spider-Man or Spider-Man, is a PS1 game developed by Neversoft in the same engine that they made Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. And that says a lot. Right out of the bat, you get one of my favorite start screens and menus here. Just listen to this. This screams PS1, and there aren't many games that hit this level of PS1-ness. The game starts with Peter watching the Science Expo 2000, where Doc Ock is shown a device he made and Spider-Man shows up to steal it.
Last time I checked, I was Spider-Man.
I know, right? Peter then bumps Brock, who has his camera broken by Spider-Man. I gotta say, I love this Venom. Simply perfect. The city is then covered by a green fog, which I always assume to be poisoned, because if you fall down you die, but at the same time, did all the people down there die? And if so, how can you fight Venom in this alley? You know what, whatever. If I start questioning too much, it's not gonna make sense. They actually got Stan Lee to narrate a bit of the game. 3 scenes to be exact, but it's still cool to hear him in the game.
Once again, we find our hero Peter Parker, better known around the world as the Amazing Spider-Man, in a heap of trouble.
Black Cat shows up, says the bank's being robbed, and Spidey falls to his demise. The graphics look okay. IGN called Spider-Man sleek, smooth, and nimble looking. Which I can agree. Being made on the Tony Hawk engine, I expected some texture warping, but wow. Even for the time, I think it lets itself go a little bit too much on that one. There aren't many details worth mentioning, besides that they tried doing some water reflections that don't look that good. Even in the cutscenes, Venom's teeth are clearly detached from his face. And yeah, it probably looked better in the CRT TV, and yeah, I didn't notice as a kid, so please, come on. They did, however, pay some attention to detail in the referencing department. Everywhere in this game you see either places from the Marvel universe or things from our universe, like a lot of THPS. The music in this game though. I love it, they definitely nailed the entire audio department in this game. You probably already know the
I'm already at full health
line, and Venom in this game is probably my favorite Venom in any type of media besides comics.
We hate Jameson.
You bonehead. We're not going to see Jameson, we're going to use his computer database.
Ooh, are we gonna surf the web?
Let's just go.
They also got some pretty hard-hitting nostalgic sound effects in this one. And this is something that I'm not sure if it's just nostalgia or if it's actually a 2000s feel to it, if you know what I mean. I know there are sounds that are only considered good sometimes because of the nostalgia everyone has for them, but I'm pretty sure there are actually good and bad sound effects, right? Oh, the music though, I mean, come on. This game is a love letter, by the way. Not only you get villains like Scorpio, Rhino, Venom, Mysterio, Doc Ock, and a new villain made specifically for this game, which is a mixture of Carnage and Doc Ock, and it's awesome. But you also see Black Cat, Captain America, Daredevil, the Punisher, and Human Torch throughout the game. You go through the game like if it was different comics in the same bigger storyline. The first mission is about a bank being robbed. The second one is JJ Jameson getting attacked, so he calls Peter and asks him to call 911.
I have shot to the bank robber.
Parker, shut up and dial 911.
Venom then captures MJ and you have to go after him, and so on. It works surprisingly well if you're not expecting a deep storyline. But considering the movie wasn't made yet and they handcuffed Thanos in the comics, you wouldn't be. Now, I think the gameplay is where this game truly shines. It's extremely simple, but it works extremely well. You play like a normal platformer. You can jump, punch, kick, and you also have some spider powers using the web. And you can swing around too. Of course, your web isn't attached to anything and it's pretty inconsistent because you can only swing when the game can lock you into something you can reach, meaning you can't simply go swinging anywhere. You can also press L1 to aim and swing directly to some place instead of taking a leap of faith and finding out you can make the jump. You have a boss fight every few levels and they are usually what you would expect. You have a different gimmick for each boss and sometimes they don't quite work as expected. Throughout the game you can also fight things like the Spidey armor, fire webs, and a lot of collectibles. And talking about collectibles, this game makes sure you can play it again and again and again. You can find different comics hidden throughout the game, you can unlock many different costumes with different abilities. Spider-Man gets mad if you swear on the cheat screen. And there's even a what if mode where the watcher will do the talking about what if things had been different.
I am the Watcher. You already know the outcome of Spider-Man's battle with Dr. Octopus, Carnage, and the symbiotes. But what if? What if this time, in this time stream, some of the events unfolded differently?
And things will actually change throughout the game, like Spider-Man dancing on the bank. And also this.
Johnny!
It is truly great, and if you never tried it, go do it. By the end of the game you fight Doc Ock, Carnage, and then they become Monster Ock, which is an interesting name. Which is a villain made for this game and it's truly frightening.
Whoa! What the... Is that Ock?
If you played this part as a kid, I bet you remember it, because I was about to piss myself trying to outrun this thing, and it's actually nerve-wracking.
She's gonna blow. I gotta get out of here.
It has a weirdly groovy icon though. After that you get a small cutscene. And then everything was good once again.
Hey, Spidey, can you get us Captain America's autograph?
Oh, brother.
Overall, I love this game. Yeah, a lot of people remember it and a lot of people love it, but it's been basically forgotten, and noticing none of my friends even remember which game I was talking about definitely made me a bit sad inside. It is definitely a game that you can see the care that has been put into it, and honestly, I hope more people try it out. And come on, even if you already played it, it wouldn't hurt to play again, right? Hey! So in my first video I mentioned how in Brazil we sometimes get stuff that isn't popular in other places and it suddenly becomes part of our culture here. This happened with Everybody Hates Chris, My Wife and Kids, and this might be a controversial take, but Woody Woodpecker. Not that it's controversial to say that it's part of our culture, but that it isn't popular in the US. I asked some of my friends and some said that he wasn't popular since the 40s, and some didn't even know who he was, which is strange considering he's the Universal Studios mascot. But if you didn't know, Woody is so popular in Brazil that this movie was first released in Brazil and only showed up in cinemas in Latin America. People here truly love him, and this movie sucked. And I don't mean like it was kinda bad, I mean it really sucked. So I remembered this PS2 game that I've never played and I went to check it out. And I found out that there was also a PS1 game based on him. And it's a kart racer. Of course. And because I'm a sucker for kart racers, I just had to play it. I was actually shocked to see that this was a Konami game. Could this actually be good? Konami didn't let me down in this era, so maybe it sucks. Some of you might not know, but this version is known here as the new Woody Woodpecker. And these are clearly not done by the original designer. I'm actually impressed, they couldn't even get his eye color right. I mean, come on. He has 3 different eye colors right at the menu. The menu music is kinda groovy though. You can pick between 6 characters, all from the new Woody show, and you can unlock 3 more, including Space Mouse. I guess he's part of the Woody multiverse now. Well, at least we got Chili Willy. The first race is in Brazil. Of course. The game carries a whopping 120 megabytes, so I already knew this was going to be good. The graphics in this game look pretty underwhelming. The levels are copy and pasted over and over again with different layouts, and I was sometimes asking myself, haven't I already played this race? Overall, the game looks more like a product than a game. You have pictures of Woody on boxes on the walls. I mean, imagine if you were playing Formula 1 and all you saw were pictures of Leclerc all over the place. Characters only have heads and arms, and at least each race has a different vehicle, but they make no difference in gameplay. And of course, talking about gameplay, the controls are fine. You do get a jump button, so you can drift, but I ended up noticing that braking is way faster, so it made the drift kinda useless. You get one of each basic power-ups, meaning one to throw forward, one backwards, one that sticks to the ground, and one that boosts you. And a bomb. Every kart racer needs a bomb. And I guess that's all. I mean, that's the problem with talking about games like this. I was expecting something fun, and I ended up with the most boring game ever. I mean, even this bot gave up and stopped playing. If you don't believe me, just look at the Wikipedia page for this one. And I'm 100% sure someone's gonna be in the comments like, dude, what the hell are you talking about? This game is amazing. You know what? I'm doing another one. Let's see. Okay, so people said in the Discord, link in the description, that there's this game called Motor Tune. Let's check that one out. My eyes are burning. Welcome to Generic Kart Racer, the game, featuring the most ugly menu I've ever seen. At least they let you choose your wallpaper. I mean, honestly, come on, what the hell is this menu? This is definitely the weirdest game I've ever seen, so far. After you play for a while, you kinda get used to it a little bit, but it's still weird. I found out that turning off this option, the menu, makes it a little bit better, but still. The graphics look all over the place. Everything is too much colorful and too much diverse. Am I gonna get cancelled for this? It tries to be every cartoon at the same time while not being any. It's even hard to explain. But this is the type of game you get from your mom to play on your game station, eating chips and drinking soda. That's the best way I can explain it. The gameplay is actually not bad, as weird as that may sound. Besides looking floaty, the controls are pretty tight, and again, it's way better if you turn off the animations off. Every time you get a power-up, some random guy screams whatever they are, and I gotta admit, the idea they had isn't bad. Instead of breaking boxes and getting power-ups, you get coins, which you can use at any moment to randomize a power-up. So for example, you can hold 10 coins and later in the race when you need a power-up, you can just use the 10 coins to randomize a power-up. I can't think of any other game that uses this kind of power-up thing, but I thought it was pretty good. However, some levels in this game look horrendous. Like I said before, the game is sometimes way too colorful and it tries to be every cartoon and none at the same time, and it ends up looking like this. But the layouts themselves can actually be pretty good. I don't think I've ever been so conflicted on a game in my life. Like, I gotta say, the gameplay is good, it's actually fun, but at the same time, I feel like it looks so bad. The music's also extremely generic, there's nothing worth saying about it. Besides, of course, the intro music, which might be a licensed song. And there's actually a Japanese version, which is apparently the first game, which was a Japanese exclusive, and it looks like a tuned down version of this. I haven't tried that one, but maybe it's the better version, I really don't know. And the game was actually made by Kazunori Yamauchi, which... Wait a second, I know that name. Okay, hold on a second. So he went from this to one of my favorite games of all time. That is amazing. Hey! So after the last Spider-Man video, I couldn't shrug this itch I had about making another one on the sequel, Spider-Man 2. So I did exactly that. And I know some of you guys aren't fans of superheroes and it's alright, I get that. But this is the game I remember the most and I believe to be the one I played the most too. Hell, this one has my second favorite Spider-Man villain after Venom. If you are one of those people, do not worry. We'll have plenty to talk about in the next few weeks, because thanks to you guys, I was able to get a new controller. So I'm back to my usual schedule with a brand new controller. If you're new here and you enjoy what you see, make sure to subscribe. And of course, if you enjoyed, there's also that little like button down there, just letting you know. It's made so when you like something, you can click it. It's pretty fun, you should try it. Spider-Man 2 Enter Electro. I mentioned how I feel like these days, the original game is very underrated and almost forgotten. Love this game. Yeah, a lot of people remember it and a lot of people love it, but it's been basically forgotten and... But while it is remembered kindly by the ones who played it, this one is simply forgotten. Maybe underrated too. The game starts with a cutscene explaining what happened in the original game.
Previously on Spider-Man.
Who dares? Face me, coward!
I don't want to believe that you pulled off the heist today, but I've got to make sure.
Daredevil!
That leaves one question. Where's Rhino?
Cat!
And now, Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, nothing you just saw was brought up again in the entire game. You know, for the world building, is actually pretty cool. It just makes you feel like there's actually something going on already, and you're just not randomly thrown into a completely different story. But with that being said, you are then thrown into a completely different story where Electro shocks some people and steals a device from a lab. You are then hit with the... and is greeted by Stan Lee again.
Welcome, true believers. Stan Lee here.
The first level is pretty similar to the first game, with what I assume to be the Fantastic Four Tower in the same place it was. No green fog to hide the fact that they couldn't render the streets anymore though, because you can't go in the streets now. Sometimes. I think this is what made me love this game the most as a kid. On the second level, you see someone stealing from a lab, and then you're free to beat everyone up and explore around the streets. Getting to this alley instantly gave me a nostalgia overdose because I knew what I had to do. You can go up in this building and find a basketball, and you'll see where this is going.
Nothing but net.
The graphics are pretty much the same as the original, but from what I understand, they gave Spider-Man's hands some animations, and that's it. Oh, actually, he has webs under his armpits now. The game also has one of my most feared levels as a kid, the third level, where there's a bridge that you have to cross by using this. This is one of the moments where only the ones who went through this will understand. Having to cross this as a kid was such a nightmare for me, and Spidey didn't sound very happy either.
Don't look down. Don't look down.
Talking about sounding, just like the original, this game still has the
I'm already at full health.
But honestly, I think this one has even more memorable quotes.
He's all mine!
You're dead, do-gooder! You should have called for backup!
The music is a mixed bag for me. Sometimes you're playing and you don't even notice the music is there, which is probably fine for some people, but playing this and suddenly noticing this one in the background was almost as nice as your mom. Just like the original, each level is a small story inside a bigger one. Like, the entire game you're trying to understand what the hell is going on, while you have to deal with other problems like a bomb, a plane, lasers, the usual. Difference being this one seems to be way less apparent. In this one I felt like I was way more just going through the levels to see the ending instead of actually seeing a story, you know? Like they got Shocker, Hammerhead, which was an interesting choice, the Lizard, Sandman, and the Beetle, but if you ask me, I cannot remember for the life of me why they show up. You also get Beast to guide you in the beginning, but from what I remember, that's it, not a lot of cameos in this one. The gameplay is basically the same as the last one, but I did find out that kicking is better than punching in this one. They also focus more on the fact that you can use L1 to aim. More levels use that feature, and one specifically made me rage quit and stop playing this for a day before I could come back and finish it. Really, I don't know if anything changed in between the games, but when this works, it works fine, and when it doesn't, you're sent to the beginning of the level. I actually thought it was good that they did this and not just make the aiming a gimmick, but it was probably better to just keep that away. Spider-Man sometimes simply refuses to reach the places you're aiming, and you're gonna keep falling because of it again and again and again. But besides that, everything's fine, if not better than the first. Swinging around is definitely better. And I believe that's because you usually have the floor under you now, so you don't always have to lock into something before swinging like in the first game. You finally get to Electro, and you fight him in a museum, and I honestly don't know if this is how they expected the fight to go, but I kept crawling into the ceiling and kicking him over and over again. It worked. And after that...
How about a trade?
Throw the jewel and I'll send the doc. I can fry her before she ever reaches you.
Let's hope you're wrong, Electro.
Checkmate.
Well, that's gonna make a meme. You then appear with your suit all ripped, and I thought it was a nice touch, even though they don't show or explain how that happened. You fight against Hyper Electro, which I'm sorry to any fans of Electro, but I don't think it's anywhere as cool as this.
Just another day in the life.
Whoa! What the? Is that Hawk?
It's another gimmicky fight like the one against Rhino in the first game, but in this one you have to destroy a tower before making him attack the generators, and after you beat him... What the...
What the...
Exactly!
Ugh, I need a new agent. Full house, aces over kings. I win again.
I was never any good at poker.
Oh, and I almost forgot, there's actually a training mode that I used to love spending time on for some reason. I think it's just the aesthetics of it, I'm really not sure, but as a kid, I was always dragged here by some mystical force even though there's no objective. And following the Tony Hawk trend, there's actually Create a Spider here, which lets you choose a skin and 3 different powers for your Spider-Man, like unlimited webbing, double jump height, and only 2 web cartridges? Why would anyone pick that? But yeah, overall it's a hard game to compare to the first one, considering they're basically the same game. I feel like this one takes one step forward with the levels, the gameplay, and some of the music, but it also takes a step back with the levels, the gameplay, and some of the music. If this was made today, it would probably be sold to you as a DLC for the original game. Unless it was made by EA. Then it would be a completely different game. Oh no, you're not getting me demonetized again. Hey! As you probably know, I made a Need for Speed video a few weeks ago, and it ended up picking up way more steam than I could ever expect. But I also kept my word on reading every comment. And in a lot of those comments, people either ignored the fact that I was talking about the PS2 port of Undercover, or that there's actually some worse Need for Speed games than that one. I've been a Need for Speed fan since forever, but I've never had a Nintendo Wii, so there's one specific game I've never actually played, and 2 ports. Not counting Undercover because it's the same as in the PS2. So today we're talking about Need for Speed Nitro, the game where I have my constitutional right to speak because there's a Brazilian character in it. And yes, all Brazilians look like that and I'm always playing football. Developed by EA Montreal, who's known for developing other Wii spin-offs from other franchises and... Army of Two? Well, that's unexpected. The game was released in 2009, the same year Shift came out, but not for the Wii. So I guess they needed something to fill their need for a racing game. It was apparently aimed at casual instead of hardcore fans, which, yeah, sounds accurate. So yeah, the title is a Nintendo Wii exclusive. You can thank EA now, Wii users. The game starts with someone making a terrible Brazilian accent and talking about the Brazilian dream.
So you wanna be a racer, huh? I don't blame you, man. Looks like you got nothing to lose. Who knows, if you're good, you can make enough money to get out of here.
The tutorial is only made for the Wii controller though, which I refuse to use. I'll be playing with the GameCube controls. Starting a career, you have 2 cars to pick from, and I'm already extremely disappointed that they don't let you pick the Beetle. The Fusca means as much to us as the Vocho means to my fellow Mexicans. And the first part in the game takes place in Brazil, so such a lost opportunity there. At least I could pick the Type 2. Now, you'll notice in the gameplay, you'll see that I don't have any of my cars modified. I only found out that you could do that after beating the game. And what you gotta do is move your pointer up here when you're trying to make a wrap or rise your car. But the problem is, I'm using the GameCube controllers, and apparently they didn't think about that because pressing right here pushes me back to the left. And it was already tricky trying to understand how to select these colors, but as you can see, it's way more complicated than it needs to be. Oh, and the painting only worked for me when it wanted to. Like I'm holding the button, I'm pressing it, and it only works when it wants. You have 3 cups that you can play, each being the same as the last, with the only change being that you can use faster cars. You then pick a place and you're introduced to the number 1 racer of that place. However, the characters are nothing more than a gimmick used to trap kids. The only moment you see these Disney 3D looking fellas is when you pick a new place. They serve no other purpose than for the kids to look at and ask mommy to buy it for them. And don't worry, this is not a your mom joke. However, the cars in this game are as ugly as her. I understand that it's supposed to fit the art style, but at this point you're probably better just making your own cars like GTA does. Besides that, I honestly don't mind the art style as much as I thought I would. When I first looked at the game, I almost vomited over whatever this was, but playing it for a while actually made me appreciate it a little bit. It's not exactly what I expected from a Need for Speed game, but for what it is, they didn't do a bad job. When you're in first place, the walls around you change into the design you picked at the menu, and I think they did a good job with the maps. I'd probably noticed this was supposed to be Brazil if nobody told me, but I think it would probably look better if they painted all the buildings around you instead of just the bottom part. It kind of feel like it was a late addition to the game. And the gameplay is by far the worst I've ever experienced in a Need for Speed game. I am terribly sorry for anyone I offended when talking about Undercover on the PS2, because this game takes the cake for me, and it's completely ruined by one thing only, the drifting. It would probably be a different case if it wasn't this bad, but I cannot describe to you how bad this feels. I'll still try though. I don't think the game would have been much better if they removed the drifting, because the maps have clearly been designed around that, but it's unbelievably bad. They got that mechanic from Pro Street where you have to bring down the green bar on the accelerometer, but in this game you get nitrous, which actually works pretty well. You have 2 bars that you can fill by driving fast and... drifting? But using it actually feels fast, and that's something not even some of the best were able to do. However, this game suffers from a serious lack of content. Yeah, there's a lot of modes including drift, drag, and time trial, but there's 5 locations and 2 race tracks for locations, meaning you have an amazing total of 10 races. 10. And still, after you finish a cup, the game wants you to play them again and again. They apparently felt that way too and decided to put some power-ups in the game, which, well, suffers from lack of content. There's a total of 2 power-ups. One fixes your car because yes, your car can get hit and it makes so you lose your nitrous bars, and the other is to call the police into another racer. The cops can bust you though, so they just exist to annoy you. The music is fine, but kind of a letdown. With the locations you see in the game, you would expect to hear some of the music from them. Like, I don't know, maybe Brazilian songs in Brazil or Spanish music in Spain, but you only get your usual Need for Speed songs. Instead, they decided to do that in Unbound, because the first thing I hear when I think about Chicago is Arabic and Brazilian music. It's overall a pretty bad game, and I wish I could say otherwise, because it's the only time Need for Speed actually tried something different since, I don't know, ever. But for being the first game to have Break the Drift, one of the worst drift mechanics I've ever seen, and a serious lack of content, I simply cannot recommend it. Hey! This one took me long enough. If you didn't know or you weren't following the channel for the last few weeks, my controller went to heaven and I had to get a new one. He will be missed and remembered and will forever live in our hearts. But because of that, I ended up taking a break from Twisted Metal games because playing it on mouse and keyboard would probably not be the best experience. But here we are again. You guys wanted me to make sure that I played the PS2 version of this game, so it's the one I got. However, you will probably notice that the quality on the gameplay isn't on par with the other videos. TLDR is I couldn't render the game in hardware mode because it was making the cutscenes flash non-stop, and I don't want anyone having seizures, so I played it in software mode, but that renders the game in the original PS2 resolution. Oh, and the cutscenes also play like this. I don't know why, but I'll fix it for you. No need to thank me. First thing you see when turning on this game is a menu where you can choose between Twisted Metal Head-On and Twisted Metal Lost. I believe most of us already know the story behind Lost, but if you don't know, hold on to your chair because it's gonna be a spooky story. They say that in 2003 they began working on Twisted Metal Harbor City, the sequel to Twisted Metal Black, the award-winning million-selling game, aka the best game ever made according to us, and that sadly only a few people were able to experience that. The reason for that being that on March 13, 2005, 6 key members of the team were killed in a plane crash, and because of that tragic event, the game was cancelled. 2 years later, on the exact same day, the lights started flickering on and off. Then, the phone started ringing, but there was nobody there. And finally, the hash-slinging slasher arrived. Wait, that's the wrong story. 2 years later, on the exact same day, a note arrived at the Sony offices. The note pleaded with Sony to allow the public to play the last work of the deceased team members. And the note was signed with the same names of the 6 deceased members. After months of debating the origin of the note, they believed it to be a joke in poor taste. However, it was decided that they would release what they had, in honor of the fallen teammates. And this is what we have here, on this home terrific 4 GB file that I downloaded from the internet. I bought on the internet. But of course, you can only see the note left by the developers if you finish the game, and you can only see the final part of the note if you finish the game on hard difficulty, which is the scariest difficulty. We're gonna start with Twisted Metal Head-On though. Released first on the PSP, it follows the story of the original 2 Twisted Metal games, completely ignoring 3 and 4, and because of all that, some may call it the real Twisted Metal 3. The game has basically the same main story as the original 2, with Calypso holding the Twisted Metal tournament, promising to grant any wish the winner may ask. However, Calypso is now bald. Thankfully, you can easily check the character's bios again without having to select a character and watch a full cutscene just to find it boring. I know this might not be the most popular take, but I'd rather have text on these than a full cutscene like in Black. The thing that got me hooked into these games was the small stories that they made, and while I still like the cutscenes on Black, it felt boring having to go through each one of them. Pause the game, go back to the menu, wait for it to load, just so I could pick another character to see their story. Sweet Tooth's bio seems pretty close to the one on Twisted Metal 4, where he wants to take over the Twisted Metal contest for himself. They also confirmed that the driver of Roadkill, Marcus Kane, is really the split personality of Sweet Tooth. So I guess they kind of killed the mystery behind that.
Welcome back to Twisted Metal. I am Calypso. The entire planet is your battleground. Your prize, one wish. Let the games begin!
Holy crap. You cannot tell me that's not some of the coolest, if not the coolest intro on this series. The first thing I noticed in this game is that it plays a lot like Twisted Metal Black, with some changes. The graphics look pretty good for a PSP game, and everything is way more colorful. Basically the same way TM2 was. They kept things like being able to see the selected weapon on the car before you fire it, which I still think is really cool, but one thing that I found weird is these particles on the car when they explode. But I think that's only a bug with the emulator, because we will see that again soon. You get 11 levels, some you've already seen in older games like Paris, which was really cool to go back to, and they all take place in different parts of the world. Some of them kind of proved to me something that I was already suspicious of. Did you notice anything in this level? No? What about now? I might be wrong in this, but I will be impressed if this game wasn't made in the exact same engine as Twisted Metal Black. The feeling of this game is the exact same as TM Black with some small changes. Like, for example, some people mentioned they felt like Black was too floaty, and if that was your problem, this might be the game for you, because that was fixed. Some people didn't like how edgy the game was, also fixed. It seems to be a game made for the people who weren't fan of the direction Black was taking, which is understandable. Thankfully, I really enjoyed this, but it does have some things that I wasn't that much of a fan of. They added some weird minigames that you can enter in the middle of the gameplay, and the way you enter these minigames is by going over these things that look exactly like the teleporters. The reason I don't like that is that it puts a stop in the middle of the gameplay. You're there fighting for your prize, destroying your opponents, and then blam, top-down tank shooter. I also talked about how on Black, I felt like the difficulty sometimes felt kind of forced, like the opponents refused to shoot each other and only focused on you, and I kind of miss that now, and I don't consider myself good at these games. This is my first time playing each of them, and I was able to just breeze through this one. The opponents are constantly running away from you, and you can just spam attacks on them over and over again. The music is kind of like in Black, but I don't think it fits as well as Black did. The only actual song it has is Disaster Proof by Level, with the rest being a composed soundtrack for each level. I guess it's simply my expectations of wanting a heavy metal soundtrack for it, but I wasn't that much of a fan of this one. You see how cool that was? And this is the song that plays during the fight. But yeah, Darktooth is back in this one, apparently driven by Marcus Kane and Needles Kane, not his father anymore like in TM2. But if that's the case, how is Needle driving Sweet Tooth? You know what? Whatever. After you beat him, an ice cream shop becomes alive and is also driven by Needles and Marcus. I have no idea what is going on. After a long fight where the tower keeps going back and forth on the wall, you finally get a cutscene where Needles asks to become Calypso, and to Calypso to become him. After changing bodies, Calypso tells the guards to finish the intruder, to which they do. And that's it. The endings are back to their glory, having a twisted ending of whatever the characters really wanted. Shadow's ending is kind of dumb. It has Calypso reading him a bedtime story, but besides that, they're all fine. Overall, I think it's a great game that has some hiccups in between, but it shouldn't be overlooked, especially if you're a fan of the old Twisted Metal games, especially 2. And now for the other half of this game, take the children off the living room, it is time for Twisted Metal Lost. This is clearly an unfinished build of the game, with only the bones of the game being in place. They just got the content that they had for Twisted Metal Harbor City and threw in this one. The menus are the same as Head-On and the characters are presented in the same way. Static pictures and a text telling their story, which isn't much besides what they already wanted in Black. As you can see, the game looks just like Black. I'm not sure how far they went into the development of Harbor City, but it really seems like they just reused assets from Black to make this. The gameplay feels basically the same as in Head-On, which feels basically the same as in Black. So I guess we went full circle here. The maps definitely look bigger, and it seems like that's what they were going for. Look, I got something special for you. Hold on. Here! This is a 2005 build of Twisted Metal Harbor City. It's pretty bare bones and has basically nothing in it besides things from Black and this new level that is on a mall. And after driving around a little bit, you'll notice that the level is way bigger than what we're used to. And from what I understand, they wanted to make various maps inside one bigger map, kinda like Tony Hawk's American Wasteland did, where you have a big hallway for the next map to load while you're driving. But as soon as I got there was no map. So I believe the build I got was pretty early. There are videos on YouTube of a version from last year, I believe, so if you're interested in that, go check it out. But back to Lost, there's only 4 levels and one unused level that is apparently pretty buggy and only available via hacking, but I didn't know how to do that. I assume the levels are simply parts of the open world map from Harbor City, just cut and changed to be 4 different levels to fit into this game and played the classic way we're used to. The game was also supposed to have sections where you would be on foot, and they added parts of it to this game. It's extremely basic too. You can go around as Sweet Tooth collecting facts about the game's development, but there's really nothing to do besides that. It's cool that they added it to the game, but trust me, it looks cooler than it actually is. Oh, and after beating the game on the hard difficulty, you get the letter from the supposed developers of the game. And it's a hidden message, which reads, "The truth lies on the greenery of Paris. To the left, the truth is revealed. This is why we have come back, to let you know what awaits." Long story short, this hints into the interviews that are on the disc, that has some flashes of numbers that corresponds to the alphabet, and it all translates to Twisted Metal is coming on PS3. So yeah, the whole thing was basically made to promote Twisted Metal 2012. Well, this was underwhelming. I don't know what I was expecting, to be honest, like some of the devs to come out of the TV and take my soul away with them. But holy crap, not even a trailer for it? It was a fun ride for sure, but if you're watching this, the mystery is gone, and all you got now is the PSP game. But yeah, I think Head On is definitely one of the best games of the series for me. The gameplay and the art style feel way more like the second game than Black. If that's something positive or negative, that is up to you. But for me, it's just different. Ho ho ho, ask your mom what she got for Christmas. And welcome to Fan Favorite 2, where I played the most. You know what, this intro kinda sucks. I still have to work on that. I was wondering what I was going to do for Christmas, but after looking for some Christmas related games, I couldn't find much besides the Grinch on the PS1. Or Die Hard. So I decided to make another video with the games you liked. This time around, I was checking Discord for suggestions you guys gave me, and I decided that I should play some of the games that people originally asked me to play, since it took me so long to get to it. And because of that, today's keyword is weird. That's right, today we're checking out MDK, The Unholy War, and Mort the Chicken. Wait, Mort the Chicken? Alright. So again, thank you everyone for the suggestions. If yours didn't make the cut, it will probably appear in another video. I'll try to find games that have at least something to do with each other for these episodes. Like, for example, Super Nintendo games, PS1 games, weird games. But yeah. Starting from MDK, I heard a lot about this game during my life. A lot of people put it as one of the hidden gems of the original PlayStation, but for some reason, I never really cared enough to try it. This is the main menu, and I was instantly hooked by the music in it. When you start the game, you're informed that a huge city minecrawler is headed straight for Laguna Beach, and you're then thrown into Earth where you have to avoid some rockets. And when you get to the ground, you hear a chimp that is actually a robot, and when you grab it, your character says he feels stop. You go around shooting aliens and grab the world's smallest nuke to open doors. So yeah, this game is a lot to unpack. I feel like the graphics are where the game shines the most, at least on the PS1 version, which is the one I'm playing. Of course, I know it looks pretty basic and a lot of places have nothing in it, but do you remember how low the draw distances were in PS1 games? Like Silent Hill or Medal of Honor? Now look how far you can see in this game. This clearly comes at the expense of textures and basic geometry, but it's still cool to see. The gameplay can be a bit janky, especially when you're trying to do small turns. But you basically run around shooting everything in sight. There are some specific things the game asks you to do, like shooting bombs inside hatches that go down to enemies. And I feel like they're trying to act like it's physics based when it's clearly not. But it might have been cooler in 1997. Oh, and as you probably noticed, this game is weirdly interesting. I don't think there's an explanation to what everything is. Like, what the hell is this room supposed to be? But I also don't think everything needs an explanation either. Being interesting is just fine. The game has a sequel called MDK2, and it might be cool to go back and finish both of them, cause this one really caught my attention. For our second game, we have the Holy War, where you can play the demo for Soul Reaver. I was skeptical of this one at first, because if you know anything about me, you know that I'm terrible at RPGs and strategy games. However, this one is only half strategy game, because the other half is a fighting game, which was interesting. You can pick between Mayhem and Strategy mode. Mayhem being just fighting and Strategy, well, being the strategy game. I'll just go through the strategy mode because it's the full experience of the game. You have two forces in a war over a planet, and that's where you start. You can move your characters in a board, and when you get close to another character, you can attack them, which then goes into the fighting mode of the game. If you have a character right next to another one of yours, you can use both characters in a fight. Some characters have powers that can be used in the board, like teleporting or blocking spaces, which is pretty interesting. But again, I don't know if that's standard for games like this. I really don't play them. The fighting is a little bit of a letdown for me though. It is interesting and maybe it's better with another player, but I would really like to see it more fleshed out in a sequel, which I actually looked for and sadly never happened. You can use square, circle, or triangle for different attacks. Sometimes instead of attacks they can be for traps or things like that. But the fighting is simply way too fast for me. They are way too quick and I kinda get it. They can't make a single battle take like 4 hours. But as soon as the characters die, they're gone. And there's only 16 characters in this game, so you can expect to see the same characters in other boards many times. Characters do have strengths and weaknesses against other characters, but it's cool that you always have a fighting chance even though your character is bad against another. Like I said, I really wanted to see another game like this. In this one, it really seems like all they had was the idea and just wanted to see if people will like it before the real game came out. There's really not a lot of content in it, and what you see here is what you get. And for the last game, we got Mort the Chicken. And I'll see you in the next one. Take care. No, but seriously, I was actually pretty interested to see what this one was all about. The cover looks like something I would play as a kid, so from all 3 games that we talked about today, this one is the one I was most curious about.
I'm Chicken Little.
And I'm Henny Penny.
Once again, presenting the controversial videotape received earlier today.
Did it. Instead of making an actual decent port of the game, they just got Most Wanted and deleted the handling of the cars. But you know what? Okay, I'll give it a fair chance. Starting from the graphics, this is one of the ugliest PS2 games I've ever played. Not even joking, you see... Wrong video. The story on this game is that these cubes from another dimension want the chicken to free the cubes that they have, like the haystacks. The cubes then capture the chicks and Mort goes after them. And that's where the game starts. Your objective is to get in the level, collect all the chicks and leave. You can get some coins and stars to get more points at the end of each level, but besides that, there's really nothing to it. You can peck and hit with your comb, and the only enemies I saw were these cubes. You can also get power-ups that make you jump higher and... What am I doing here? It's a kid's game. You grab the chicks and get out. The humor can be funny though.
Why would the star of a children's television show leap down a well?
Very unchicken-like.
What got into him? Is he insane?
Is he a hero or in cahoots with these cubes? Joining us for this discussion is Dr. Carl Cockerell, expert in television personality analysis and appropriate barnyard behavior. Dr. Cockerell, Mort the chicken, help, hindrance, menace, hero?
Whatever else he is, Mort is a chicken.
So yeah, that's it for this game. It's a very basic kids game with simplistic controls and not a lot to it. So in this section I stopped because I wanted to make another half of the video on the Grinch, but after playing it for 15 minutes I was falling asleep on my chair. Seriously, it's one of those bad games that aren't even bad enough to be funny, so I'll just act like nothing happened and let the video end. You know, someone asked me in the Q&A video about how my process of making videos work, and after wondering for a while now on how I could make that video and how it worked, I finally figured it out. It's not possible. Well, at least not in an easy way. Every time I find a game to play, I just go with what I have at the time. And maybe after playing the game I do some research on it with some cool facts or things that I can share with you guys. Sometimes I refuse to do any research at all because I don't want to spoil anything for myself or to take out a conversation that could happen in the comments, even though people mostly use it to fight each other. But in this case, I was really wondering during gameplay, how much is this game trying to be another Crash Bandicoot? Was it trying to be a PlayStation mascot? What did they have in mind while developing this game? Have you told your mom I miss her? So I did some digging and found nothing. No, I mean it. Look at its Wikipedia page. Nothing. So I went to the second best most reputable source in gaming, IGN. The game was developed by Behavior Interactive and was picked up by Sony in 1997. Whatever that means. The game starts with a cartoony cutscene of Dennis, the kid with a pumpkin head, interrupting Dr. Narf to show him something that he captured.
Doctor! Oh, Dennis, how many times have I told you?
But, look what I found.
I hope for you it's not another rat. Dennis?
I swear it's not. Look!
It better not be.
A Jimmy Neutron looking devil which they wanna make experiments on. The devil then escapes and years later, monsters start attacking New Jersey and the now vigilante Jersey Devil goes after the bad guys to beat them up. Most specifically Dennis, the kid with the pumpkin head. You get a small tutorial of how the game works, including having to collect the letters of the word NARF to open doors. We'll get back to that later. This is your hub area, where you can pick the different levels you go through, and after another tutorial, you are finally on the first level. Which also works more like another hub level, because here you can enter 2 more sub-levels inside of it. This is definitely the part I remember playing as a kid, and I'm sure some of you might remember this game because of this level. It works pretty well as a way for you to test everything you can do, like punching, spinning, flying, which I'll already tell you are all pretty underwhelming. The gameplay in this game does not flow as nicely as you would expect. Square makes you punch, which is basically useless because just look at the range. It's almost impossible to hit anything with it, and it only becomes more obvious when you learn to spin. Whenever you jump, you can press square to spin in the air as an attack, but it still doesn't have a lot of range. And you would expect to at least kind of work like in Crash, right? Wrong. Kinda? You do spin and it does hit your enemies. But they had this weird decision of making the enemies invincible a lot of the time, so you can't just run around hitting enemies. You have to wait for them to attack, and when they're out of the attack animation, then you can hit them. It sounds pretty stupid, I know, but it is something that was done right more than a year before this game was released. So it's one of the many things that this game has that is just a little bit off, but off enough to be noticeable, like flying. They want you to use this mechanic a lot during the gameplay, but every time you jump, you press triangle to fly, and instead of just going the way you want to, you have this small bump, like if you hit a wall before you can start moving. And that will sometimes lead you to some unexpected jumps. Oh, and speaking of unexpected things, why are so many death traps in this game? I can understand them wanting you to take the game slowly because being a budget game, it doesn't have a lot going for it. But I was laughing at myself every time I got hit or instantly killed for something that I didn't even see. Not that you would have something to be worried about because the devs knew what they were doing, and they give you a lot of lives during this game. I don't think the gameplay is horrible, but it's very, tiresome. Some levels are straightforward and some levels have you going back over and over again. And they seem to want you to make a simple mistake, so you have to go all the way back just to do whatever you were doing all over again. Considering this was a time where you weren't trying to maintain people in your game to sell DLCs and whatnot, it's confusing to why they would do that. Because the game could be so much more competent. Like, remember the Narf letters you have to collect? Because of what I mentioned about the enemies, you will be inclined to ignore a lot of them in the levels. But sometimes you'll be missing one single letter, and you'll be stuck looking for it for 30 minutes, just to find out that you had to defeat one specific enemy in the middle of 4 others that was hiding the letter you needed. And of course, you cannot make any progress without those. The graphics have that same cartoony art style from before. I actually really like the character design in this game, and the levels have a huge variety to them. You go from a museum to a factory to a haunted mansion. It's pretty cool. But the game definitely lacks on some other places. Like, you know when you leave your character idle for a while and he starts doing something? In this game, whenever that happens, the animations simply drop to 5 frames a minute. It really seems like something that they simply forgot to fix, and it ended up getting released like that. I mean, there's this boss that you can use after you defeat him to jump on his belly, but instead of having an animation for it, they just make you automatically jump, so it looks like this. I swear I'm not pressing anything. The whole game has this Halloween-like theme, with pumpkins as collectibles and devil's tails as lives, and in between levels you'll get Dr. Narf talking to you like...
You! How did you get in here?
But the backgrounds can be very disorienting, because they move way faster than you would expect. And being a cartoony game, of course you have the cartoony sound effects like... However, this game is actually very good in the music department. While I can't say they are some of my favorites, it definitely has some great songs in it, and I'm 100% sure more people would praise it. If the game was any better. And that's the thing about this game, while I do have a lot of nostalgia for it, and the character has a look that stands out, it's just not very good to keep up with platformers of its era. Everything you see in this game has been done before, and probably better, so I doubt you'll find a reason to go out of your way to play this one. Unless you have some nostalgia for it. Hey! So I believe that to this point, Contra is a series that needs no introduction. The series has gained legendary status for its run and gun gameplay, inspiring many others in the near future, including Cuphead. But the thing is, whenever that I hear about the series, people always seem to focus on the original game, completely ignoring whatever came next. But don't get me wrong, I do understand that it came out at the right time, referencing the right things. But still, while I don't know anything about Super C, Contra 3 was awesome. The graphics were better, the music was better, the gameplay was the same, but that's not a bad thing. And come on, don't even get me started with Contra Hard Corps for the Genesis. But that's not even the most interesting part for me, but how it completely went missing after those two. I stopped hearing about Contra for a long while, and the only Contra game I played after that was Neo Contra on my cousin's PS2, and a few minutes were enough to have this game stuck in my mind for years. I swear, to this day, even though my most played game was Contra 3, whenever I hear about Contra, I think of this game. Does that mean the game is great? No. And this is why we're here right now. I really needed to know what this game was. Trust me on this one, if you haven't seen this intro, go check it out. It is awesome and it definitely sets you for the mood of this game. First starting the game, you get a cutscene of a spaceship firing a rocket into Earth, and from that your character emerges. The gameplay in this game is different than what you might be used to, having a top-down camera at all times instead of the 2D scroller that it used to be. You will also notice that there's no weapons to pick up during this game, and that's because you have to pick a set of weapons before you start. You have 3 sets to pick from, and they all have infinite ammo. The first weapon is usually faster, but it doesn't do a lot of damage. The second one is usually stronger, but it fires very slowly. And the third weapon is always a special weapon that can only be used in specific enemies. Like you see a lock on your screen and you have to aim at it while holding triangle to shoot it. You can press X to roll, which wasn't that useful to me, but again, I don't claim to be a pro at this game. You have a delay after rolling, which can definitely get you killed, so instead of rolling away, you can just walk. Something that was interesting to me is why they didn't choose to use both analogs in this game. Instead of having one analog to move and the other one to shoot, you only use the left analog to do both things, with the right one being completely unused. You do get used to it pretty quickly. You can press Alt2 to fix your aim where you're looking, and R2 to look around without moving. But at the same time, I couldn't help but wonder if this game wouldn't feel better if you had more control of your character like that. Maybe it would be too easy? I really don't know. But in the end of this level, you finally get to the boss. This is the reason that this game stuck to me for so long. I simply could not get this guy out of my head. I guess being a fan of body horror helped, but even though I played Contra 3 over and over again as a kid, getting to this boss simply once had me remembering it every time someone mentioned Contra. Not a hard boss though. You shoot him, go down after him, fight a robot while falling down, and finally get to your first bit of story.
You must be the commander. One of the Neo Contra Elite.
Right the first time! Gorilla Contra is my name.
And he wants to build a weapon to surpass Metal Gear.
I'll grant you a quick death. With my last breath, I hail thee, Master Contra!
Oh, okay. You then get a B ranking, which is for BlueTag, the best rank you can get, and move on to the next level, where you're riding a dinosaur as a bike. This level is an auto-scroller basically, so I'll use this time to talk about the music a bit. The soundtrack in this game is amazing. Apparently the guy who made this also made the soundtrack for Castlevania Chronicles 2, though I have no idea how good that one was. It mixes some metal with techno music, and the art style having this cyber and organic look makes everything perfect in my opinion. It seems like complete opposites that mix perfectly with each other. I know music can be subjective though, so I can't say it will have the same effect for everyone. But hey, you're entitled to your own opinion even though yours is wrong. After fighting this thing and entering the facility, you interrupt a fight between some random guy and Plant Contra. He calls himself Mystery G and fights you as a test.
Let's see what you got.
Plant Contra then wakes up and you have to fight him too.
I don't know who you are, and I don't care. But now you've really made me mad. On guard! Serious mode! Let's clash!
After getting a C rank, which stands for Contra and which is the best rank you can get, you are then thrown out of the volcano. Why? Well, because screw you, that's why. I can't say too much about the graphics in this game, they're pretty basic and sometimes things do look out of place. Like this weird sausage looking alien. I get that it's a run and gun and it doesn't have to look amazing or anything, but just because I don't expect it to look anything better doesn't mean it couldn't impress me. I mean, it would actually be easier to be impressive because it wouldn't be expected. I'm sorry, I'm just rambling at this point. However, the art style is right up my alley. It's not gonna be for everyone for sure, but if you like this type of mechanical things mixed with organic things and body horror, this is for you. There's something that hits me that makes me wanna know more about whatever this thing I'm looking at is supposed to be. However, it seems like they kinda gave up a little after a while. Instead of keeping to it, they end up going way more into the cybernetic side of things. With the bosses of this level, for example, being robots and a mecha. And this girl.
How do you know about me? And who the hell are you?
My. What a cold reception. Now, don't tell me you've forgotten.
I have no idea who that is. After defeating her in a sad monologue...
What are you trying to tell me, Lucia?
Good. Bye.
Well, now I'm glad I had no idea who she was. Yeah, so this cannot get any more insane. You probably noticed that this game doesn't make a lot of sense. That's fine by me, really, but in that case, I really don't know why they tried so hard to make a serious story at some points. I'd rather them just taking the absurdity that happens in this game and going 100% with it. And also, I didn't mention this, but you can select any of the two main characters in this game, but they did Jaguar dirty in this one. He only has a few lines in this game and only serve the purpose of explaining stuff that you might not have caught on to yet.
Hey, wait a minute. I can't believe he was a plant cyborg. I guess this one is Pheromone Contra then. Get ready.
Always the tough guy, very dear.
Besides that, the other characters completely ignore him. It's a shame really, because I thought he was such a cool character. And you even unlock some special stuff for him afterwards. Oh, and talking about not making a lot of sense.
And you are?
Animal Contra, the captain of this aircraft carrier.
Wait, if you were truly a captain, you'd go down with a ship. We won't let you get away.
So yeah, now you go after the last boss. This level goes back a bit to the horror we were talking about before with weird looking monsters. It takes place on this facility where everything is made out of metal, but is covered with flesh. At least what looks like flesh. You see another one of these sausage monsters for the second and last time, and fight this giant tick with a baby face that turns into a moth. You'll then meet this alien which looks like the last boss, but don't worry, we're not done yet. After beating that guy, you meet the Supreme Commander.
I am Supreme Commander of Neo Contra. Commander? You must be Master Contra. Correct. Incredible. He could be your identical twin. I am Bill Reiser, the real and original one. Original one? What do you mean? Are you saying that I'm a clone? Goodbye, my little pawns.
So that happens. That's the bad ending of the game. To get the good ending, you have to get an overall ranking of B or higher. Isn't it great when games make you play all the way through just to say you didn't do well enough and you have to play through the entire thing all over again? I had to play the game 3 more times to get a B ranking. Not getting hit is not enough in this one. You'll have to get a good hit rate, which isn't exactly a hit rate, but how many enemies you kill during your playthrough. So you can't just rush the game avoiding everything. You have to wait for every enemy to show up, which honestly I didn't like so much. At least I got this new weapon for Jaguar, which is a fire katana, which turns boss fights from this into this. When you finally get a better ranking, Mystery G shows up to save you in the end, and is instantly oofed.
You'll pay for that.
You then go after Master Contra, who reveals he also isn't the real Bill Reiser, and is just his consciousness turned into a weapon. You then fight him again, and again, and after that, so yeah, this game's great. I think it's definitely a lot of fun, and it's probably better to play with a friend, but there is something that will be a deal breaker for most people. The game is about 1 hour long. The rest of the time you spend playing the levels over and over again to get a better ranking. I would recommend it if you can get it for a cheap price, because again, it is fun, but it's insane how short this game is.